Oh, it says I'm not live. Hello? God damn it. That whole time I wasn't live. I thought I was live and I was talking, but now I'm live. Hi, everyone. It's been a minute, hasn't it? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's everybody doing? I'm just gonna let y'all get in here. Hi, Whittles. Hi, Roosevelt. Hi, Sensual Magikarp. Hi, Heart Ace. How y'all doing? Hi, Glitch. Hi, everybody. Hello, Kawaii Beans. I'm doing I'm doing okay. I've got a little bit of a cough because I was sick a couple weeks ago, and I'm pretty sure, well, I'm not pretty sure. It might have been COVID, but I'm like getting over it now. But how's everybody doing? And the reason I know it might have been COVID is because my brother got sick after I did. And he took a COVID test and he had COVID. Or it was the flu. It was one of those tests where it was like, it's either COVID or the flu. So he was positive for something, but I was negative when I took it. Still, that was after I was feeling better, so it might have already passed out of my system, but I don't know. I'm doing all right. Where have I been? I've been hiding. I've been going through a lot. So, quick life update. I started therapy and I started talking about like all of the issues that I've been having over the years. And it has to do also with why I can't really produce content even when I try. So I've been trying to get tested like with a specialist in therapy and everything to get it sorted out, because this is like impacting my life in other ways. Maybe I'll go into full detail like some other time, but yeah, that's just a life update. So I haven't been in the best mental state. But I'm getting there. I don't know, every time I feel like I'm getting better, something happens and it just gets worse. But I'm on the road to recovery. Well, I don't know if it's called recovery if I've been dealing with this for my whole life. I'm on the road to living with whatever the fuck I have. I'm pretty sure I'm like OCD or something. But I do have a video coming out. So I made a poll. Excuse me. I made a poll like last week or the week before that. And I was asking which videos you guys wanted to see the most. And you guys, I guess predictably, wanted to see the Sun and Moon projects that I have coming up. So one of them is coming out next week. It is Conria's True Identity. I had to like go back and change a little bit. Well, not change. I had to add to what I already had to expand on the whole, well, Roosevelt, you know, because you kind of introduced that theory on one of your videos, like the Conrians possibly being Bishop people. So I added a whole section dedicated to like Nibelung and the dragons and all of that, because originally I was just gonna go for, they're probably like Outlanders or something. I don't know. I'll explain it in the video, but y'all will see. And we are going to go over a little bit of Fontaine in that video as it pertains to a few things. The Roman Empire, which we'll discuss a little bit, and then Romanticism, because that's actually a big thing that I talk about in my video. But we'll go over all of that. You will see all of that next week. But wait, are you unstable and want to watch Genshin content? Are you No, I'm stable enough to watch this shit. Don't worry. Hi everybody. Hi Toshi. Hi Arata Mizunashi. Hi Hermes. Hello Jihoon's Whale. Yo, hello Fiona Dion Meister. Osmanthus Wine. What's up? What's up Shane? It is a long time no see. So excited for the video. Yes. It should be a good one, or at least I hope it is. I hope you guys enjoy it. But what are we doing today? Okay, what are we doing today? Oh, hi Susanoko, how you doing? We are going to watch the live stream because I never actually watched it. I've seen bits and pieces online. So I know a few things, but like I didn't watch the live stream like at all. I did watch the trailer though, so I've seen that, but we can go through that as well. And then we're gonna dissect it. And if we have time, if we feel like it, we're gonna do some Veluriyan Mirage shit and talk about what happened in 3.8 because there were a lot of important things in that patch that you may not realize. So we're gonna discuss that. Also, I have done like no side quests basically, except for like a couple in that place, and I've done like literally no exploration, so it's gonna take me a while to get through it. But anyway, furries and Fontaine. Oh god, furries. Oh, you mean that like cat girl thing? She's not a cat. What the fuck is she? That one character. But anyway, why don't we get started and tell me how the volume is and everything so I can adjust if needed. All right, let's begin. Actually, I'm going to full screen it. Oh, the Melusines. Thank you. Or the slug girl, like whatever, or the bunny girl, whatever she is. Ooh, what's this? All right, we're doing some magic. Ooh. Okay, this actually isn't... Well, it kind of is related to this. Are y'all pulling for Liney? That is his name. That's how you pronounce it, right? Liney? Linny? Liney? I'm undecided. He looks really cool, but I don't know. But I do like sibling stuff, so I'll probably like... I want the whole set. I want all three of them. I will, not only his sister, I'm going to try to. You're skipping everything, Sensual Magikarp. See, I want to wait for Farina and, what's his name? Nuvilette. I want to wait for both of them. But I want the Magic Man so bad. But I also kind of don't. I have to save. Because I like, y'all, I haven't logged into Genshin in like 2 fucking weeks. That's how bad my, excuse me, my, disconnection with Genshin has been. But anyway, let's continue. Hello, Gian Nunez. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Ruse, you're so down bad for it? Yes. He's so fine. He's so fine. How long does he do this magic? Because I'm like tempted to just skip it. Oh, there's a hilly churl on that. I didn't realize. Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay, Dawei.
这次依旧是由我来担任原神版本前瞻节目的主持人。旅行者已经在提瓦特大陆上走过了漫长的旅途，和我们一起游历不同的地区，感受那些或悲或喜的故事。现在旅途的下一个目的地也将要和大家见面。
Yeah, he's got some
过去
riz.
1年里，为了完整呈现出这个新的舞台，原神项目组经历了相当漫长，但也充满乐趣的开发和制作过程，有许许多多新的想法、新的内容想要分享给大家。今天就请项目组同学为我们揭晓原神4.0版本中的全新世界区域水之国。
Quick pause. I'm looking at the set. Obviously they showed it, excuse me, in the initial tweet that they sent out, right? I'm assuming this is going to be a location in Fontaine. Are these like ruins or something? Like underground ruins? But there are like books and everything on the table over there. So maybe this is like an office or something. I don't fucking know, y'all. But it can't be an office. There's like grass and shit. I assume this is like ruins. Dawei's self-insert in Honkai is bald, so sometimes I forget he has hair. Wait, seriously? No, wait, I think I've seen that picture that you're referring to. Yes and no. Yup. Yeah, yeah. Okay. It's ruins, I think. Okay. By the way, we're totally getting an Atlantis civilization. I hope y'all know that. And I can't fucking wait for it.
枫丹，让我们跟随版本 PV 开启新的旅途吧。
I'm not sure exactly when it began, but
Okay, first of all, I have to say this because I love this. So y'all know aqueducts, right? Like Roman aqueducts. This is what that kind of looks like to me. I mean, it looks like a bridge though, but the archways and everything, it's very reminiscent of Roman architecture. Sorry, I'm like on a Rome thing. I'm like on a Rome kick and I really want to talk about Rome. But I'm gonna wait until we can talk about it in one of the videos I'm doing. Ooh, but yeah, a lot of like, well, first of all, a lot of Europe is based on Rome. Like, right? Like, because Rome kind of like basically colonized a lot of Europe. So therefore Europe, all of the pagan shit was kind of rooted out and they replaced it with like Roman and Greek culture and shit like that. So Rome will become very important in Fontaine, especially when we talk about Conria too. But anyway, a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine.
prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. The people will all...
Wait, hold up. Did you see about the Roman waterways can self-seal its cracks? That's pretty cool. Hi, Glitch. Welcome back. Fontaine has a lot of the pre-Roman Celtic stuff. Yeah. And I really want to talk about like the Germanic tribes because they're going to be really important, like the Saxons, the Franks, the Gauls. There's a lot of important history there that I think is very relevant to Genshin that we are going to get in Fontaine. Alexander the Great, and then, yeah, the Caesar. Yep. It's all very important. Hello, Silvar Ogre. How you doing? All right, let's continue. The people will all be dissolved into the waters.
Will be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro, and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now,
Oh, it's so pretty. Yeah, like look at all of that, like the columns and everything. What the fuck is that? Whoa, what is that? You see this? Oh, and that looks like some sort of cathedral looking thing, or like a tower. Okay, wait a minute. So like, okay, so here are boats coming into Fontaine. This looks like a Sumeru boat, right? And then you have to go up this thingy and then take a thingy to the thingy. Translation: you have to take this little gondola thing right across on what looks like a... Wait, is that what? Oh, do the boats go up here literally and it's not like... Oh, that's interesting. And then you go to the city using this. Interesting. Also, Fontaine is like up high. It has like a high elevation. Flying machine. Water elevator, yeah.
in your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred. Welcome all to the Opera Epiclese. Watch carefully now. Blink and you might...
Now how... I really hope that when they have scenes in this like opera room and the courtroom, that they fucking fill it up with NPCs, not just like 5 of them. I want a full fucking room. Hoyoverse, you have the money. Do this. Figure it out. Or do like a pre-rendered cutscene. That's fine too. But like something. Holy crap. Oh, Wellevator. I actually like that. If you're interested, IGN put up a gameplay video as well. Oh, we can take a look at that. The engine can't handle that. Well, they're going to have to figure it out. They're going to have to figure that shit out. Easy access for when Celestia shoots down their nail. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. There's that whole thing about Celestia being positioned right above Fontaine. Ooh. Well. Have I seen Liney's teaser? I have, and we're going to watch it. Well, if we can get through this. So let's continue.
Nice. Watch carefully now. Blink and you might miss it.
He's such a little shit. I love it. And these enemies are so cool.
Right up. And over here is my sister Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant.
Ta-da!
She looks like she's really good. Okay, that run is kind of like Yelan's run, isn't it? Or like a little bit similar. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna get both of them. And then Flemine, I want him too. I want the set.
Let the magic begin!
Here comes the finale.
Okay, wait. This is interesting. You know those tents from the Veluriyan Mirage that you have to do when you do the story part of it? This kind of looks like that. Like with the balloons and everything. Not exactly like this because this is more mechanical looking. I wonder if it has anything to do with Liney because there's a gigantic ass magician's hat right here. Yeah, we'll see. All right, questions here. Fuck. There we go. What do y'all think this is? A secluded house. It looks pretty, first of all. Any thoughts? I hope it's a Hexenzirkel meeting. Underwater stuff, Mona Master. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping it's Barbeloth. Judging by the music. Yeah, well, it can't be underwater. It's, yeah, like there's sunflowers and stuff. And that there's the sky right here. Like there's some clouds up here. And like a waterfall where water's pouring down. A house in the forest. I mean, that's accurate. That place is their home by web event. Oh, I need to do the web event. Nicole's house. That would be interesting. Praying to see one of the witches. Me too. It looks like a witch's cabin. Yeah. Like a little chateau. Right? Like a little chateau. Whatever it is, it looks pretty. Ugh, seeing one of the witches would simply be amazing. Yes, please introduce us to more Hexenzirkel members. We've already spoken to Nicole. We've already had a conversation with Alice multiple times. But, like, can we see one, like, in person? Please? Hansel and Gretel are about to get eaten. Yeah, that... Actually, that would make... That would be like the perfect thing for them to do, like a Hansel and Gretel kind of thing. I wonder if they're going to do that. We'll see. This is the home of those little fairy creatures, right? What the fuck are they called? Somebody said it earlier. Melu something? Melu something? Almost forgot Mona's master lives in Fontaine. Period. Yeah. Oh, Melusines. Thank you, Ecliptics. Thank you. Have I seen Ponyo? No, I have not. I've been wanting to watch that for years, but I still haven't. Melu thingy. Yep. Furries. Oh god, I don't even know what they look like. Oh wait, unless that little girl is one that y'all were talking about. The bunny thing.
I want to spend some time at the bottom of the sea in peace.
Ooh. You know what? He's like the mechanical, like, I mean, like, inventor version of Albedo from what it seems. Like, they have the same kind of cadence when they speak. He has, like, the same kind of demeanor. He's really cool. I like him a lot. And the little fucking penguin thing he has is adorable.
If you look up at the sky from far enough underwater, even the sun is soft on the ice.
This is so beautiful. Y'all, I cannot wait for Fontaine to drop. God, it's so gorgeous. The penguin, yes, the penguin is so cool. The music is similar too, yeah, that's true. They actually made a character that can use the bell. Oh yeah, the bell seems to be his main thing, and it's been useless this entire time. Gimme Flemine all day. Finally a bell user. Big Daddy from Bioshock, but Shota Boy, basically. Hi Jay, I love your theories. Glad to see you in my sub box. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy my theories. All right, y'all, let's continue.
These fossils are all that's left of these beautiful creatures.
Those things are cute, by the way.
Before the rest of the world becomes part of this underwater museum too.
Oh, that's depressing. Oh, and Roosevelt, I think you were the one that tweeted about the throne. Somebody tweeted about the throne that I saw, that it was the same seat that's in the courtroom, which is pretty cool.
Wait. Who am I?
Okay, that's an Oceanid, right? Like, that's totally an Oceanid, but like, is this going to be in the Archon quest, or is this gonna be in Liney's story quest? Because that's coming out too, right? We gotta remember, they try to trip us up in these fucking trailers. Hi Zankoku, hey Onion, I'm glad to see you again, hope you're doing good. I'm doing alright. If he isn't an HP build, I'm gonna be madder than Dia. Yes, no leaks on this channel, lore or otherwise. Thank you, Gyan, thank you. Interesting how Lynette is the only one with animal parts. Maybe she went through some modifications. That's possible. You know, and initially I was like on board with them, like Liney and Lynette being twins, but maybe they're not related at all. But that would be weird because they really do look like each other. So I'm like leaning on the fact that they are related. Like by blood, right? Because that would be cool. But I have seen other people suggest that they're not. And that they're only like siblings because they might be part of the House of the Hearth. Which is Arlecchino's little raise orphans as assassins and soldiers organization. But we'll have to see. We'll talk about that later. I know I keep pausing. I'm sorry, but y'all know I do this. They look so good, and like their animations and everything, it's so fluid. It's gorgeous. Too bad we're gonna have to like fucking kill these things.
The water is gradually swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately?
What did that just... Okay, so what the fuck... I'm going to assume they're gonna talk about this, maybe?
It's raining.
We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
See, like... even him speaking like that, like, we have to find out everything we need to know, or whatever he says, about this nation's crisis. It's just like, it sounds like he's just not from here, right? Like, is anybody else getting that fucking vibe from him? I'm believing those ideas that people have put forward, that they're actually, like, working for Arlecchino, which that one teaser kind of heavily implied, right? But what I wanted to say was something about the Oratrice. This thing has a I'm assuming we're going to learn more about this later, right? Also, is this in the courtroom? This is like under the courtroom. Because there's Nuvilet's seat, and then there's the seating area, right? So this is like underneath it. That's interesting. Check how the clocks are all frozen too at a specific time. Wait, really? Hopefully we'll see more clocks later. But, oh wait, no, we can just pause it when it gets to the clock, because I think it's after this.
Why can it deliver sentences accurately?
Oh, it is stuck. It is stuck. But what time? Wait, is this a different time? What is this? 3... something? That should be like 3... 30 something, right? Interesting.
Rain. It's raining.
We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
Is this part of the show?
You've got to be kidding! Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Therefore...
It's raining.
Wait.
We must know all we can about this nation's secrets.
Sorry. I'm trying to see something. Okay, so she, like, dissolves in water. Isn't that something that they said earlier in the trailer? Something about dissolving in water? Can somebody, like, pull up that quote while I read comments? The mechanical scale supposedly has a conscience that judges people, and if guilty, turns them to water. So it turned Lynette to water, or is this part of the magic trick? Because this could be like a magician thing, right? Because that's like a trick. People fill up a water tank. That's like a famous one. Filling up a water tank and then the person disappears. The time from the Wind Island quest. What? Wait, seriously? Seems like a Houdini reference. That would make sense. Also, raining in a city is a new thing in Genshin. Oh yeah, because that only happens in the overworld. Ooh. Roosevelt, is that true? Because that's pretty big. I don't know why. But if that is the case, that is pretty fucking big. I think the magic trick is so Lynette can sneak backstage to look at the Oratrice. Maybe. Magic, evil, or good, maybe they both. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with Liney and Lynette yet. We'll talk about it later, but I think there's gonna be like a big plot twist too. But I have different reasons. And it has to do with my Harbinger video, a theory that I posted at the end of it, like the brain rot section of that video. I mean, all of it was kind of brain rot, but we'll talk about it later. I can't see the hands on the clock clearly. It was like at 3:35 or something. Because in that quest, you have to wait until 2 at 3 or not. Oh, 2 to 3 at night. Well, yeah, and I think there's a 3-hour window that you can do it in. 2 to 5, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Like 2 to 5. Something like that. Yanfei's birthday mail. If you break a law, you would be arrested in the Maison Gardinage and then sent to the fortress of Meropidi, whatever that says. What are those places? Pay attention that the only one without visions are focalors and Nuvi. That's interesting. Wait, he doesn't have a fucking vision? Then what does that mean? Well, I've seen theories. Now I understand why people are like, maybe he's the dragon of water. And that would make sense if he didn't have a vision, because dragons and bishops don't need visions to manipulate the elements. That would be interesting. And the water dragon sovereign was supposed to be reborn in the form of a human. But is he human? He has pointy ears, but I guess that doesn't mean anything. He's a god, maybe? Maybe. Nope, even when they use him as a character later on, he does not have a vision. That's very interesting. If Nuvilet is a dragon, I'm never beating the furry allegations. Right. Yeah, there's speculation he might be the reborn Hydro Dragon. I kind of want that to be true. Like, I kind of want that to be true, just honestly. Welcome, Focalor. How you doing? Or maybe he's one of the trusted Oceanids of the previous Archon, like a primordial being. That would be interesting. Like, if he's secretly an Oceanid. But I thought most of them, like, left the country and then Focalors allegedly sent assassins to kill them all or something. Anyway, let's continue.
You've got to be kidding. Charges have now been pressed.
Okay, wait. Okay, so there are people. Y'all saw that, right?
You've got to be kidding. Charges.
Yeah, okay, so it's full. Thank God. Or at least there's more than just 5 NPCs. Interesting. Can we see specific characters here? I see, like, NPCs that do stand out. Like this one back here, that one. That one, well, not really, not that one. And then the ones in the front.
Have now been pressed.
It would be so cool if he was a fucking dragon, y'all. I really want that to be true. Or yeah, he's another god, maybe.
And as such, a trial is in order. Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know and seek the protection of the gods.
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. I believe this is indeed the finale.
Your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people.
So who do you think that NPC is saying that to? Do you think they're saying it to Focalor or Nuvilet or both? That line about turning a blind eye to the people. I mean, check his hair too. Yeah, he had those 2 blue streaks. They were pretty prominent as well. During the magic trick performance, the twins are missing their visions on their ribbons. Okay, so that's interesting because Child also doesn't have his vision when he pops up later in the trailer, right? Like, he doesn't have it. People were pointing that out. But he does have his delusion, obviously. Maybe when you enter the courtroom, you have to, like, kind of like how you have to surrender all weapons and such. Maybe you have to give up your visions. He has bishop-like eyes. That's interesting. Am I summoning in 4.0? So we were having a conversation earlier about pulling for Liney and Lynette and Fremino. Excuse me. And yes, I'm going to be pulling. So maybe we'll do that next weekend if y'all want. Like, please, I just want to see my favorite YouTuber discuss the trailer. We're doing that. No visions in the court is why. Yeah, that would make the most sense, y'all. That would make the most sense. It's most likely Nuvilet, but I'm more inclined to believe that he's speaking to Focalor. I am too. I think maybe both. Maybe they're saying it directly to Nuvilet because it seems like he presides over the court, while Focalor kind of just watches as like a form of entertainment. And interjects whenever she fucking feels like it. But I am gonna say this. I have a sneaking suspicion that Focalors will be based in part on Joan of Arc. I have reasons for this, but I'm not gonna say why. And I really think that she will be a parallel to the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles. But we will see. If that is the case... Anyway, we'll talk about it later. Maybe visions interfere somehow with the Oratrice? Maybe. Hello, Uniharu. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. If Child doesn't have a vision, maybe he can't use his Abyss transformation? I have no idea. Maybe. Does he need both to do it? I actually don't know.
Your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws.
Okay, so we're pausing again. That blue lady with the blue hat that I'll probably end up pulling for.
In your eyes, the
Okay. He's probably the one that said that one line, by the way. But anyway.
value of a human
Oh no, never mind. Those were probably just security guards. Okay, this lady. Before, she was like standing behind these things as if she was commanding them, and now she's fighting them. So I'm guessing she turns rogue and becomes our friend. Kind of like how Kujo Sara did in Inazuma. Are you banned or something? No. Why? Why you think that, Shane? None of y'all's banned. Or maybe they don't want Celestia to spy during court time. Maybe. Oh yeah, also the Traveler looks really distressed in this scene. Yeah, he does. Why is the Traveler stumbling again in this damn scene? Isn't he supposed to be as powerful as fuck? Yeah. Who knows? Chlorined. Thank you. Chlorine dioxide. Oh my god. The robot design reminds me of Wakfu French anime. Oh, I've never seen that. This is tangential, but in the witch trials, if you were thrown in a river and drowned or sank, you were innocent. If you floated, it was taken as God or Christ rejecting you, causing you to float. Yeah, I heard about that. That's so fucking dumb. So many women got killed over that. Oh, Shane keeps mentioning lore leaks. Please do not mention lore leaks, Shane. Please. Please no lore leaks, please. 2. The Hydro Archon has been rejected by the Oceanids, hence she has been rejected by the water. Interesting. Interesting thoughts. Interesting thoughts. Well, let's continue.
human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear.
Yeah, she's definitely a parallel to the Heavenly Principles.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
Yeah, no vision. Also, why is he here? I mean, obviously, Arlecchino's in town, right? But why is Child here? Is he, like, working for her or something? Well, I guess we did get two Harbingers in Sumeru, didn't we? We got Dottore and Scaramouche. They were pretty prominent. So I guess Child's back in the spotlight. But I'm hoping Columbina shows up at some point, because I shouldn't have to explain why. Because her and Arlecchino are definitely related somehow. That was a cool trailer.
为了给全球的旅行者在提瓦特大陆的冒险带来更多新鲜有趣的体验，几年来，我们原神制作团队的每一位同学都在不断的钻研与努力。不仅是为了在原有玩法的基础上迭代与优化，还是为了持续平稳的创造出全新的玩法与内容。我们也期待在原神的不同阶段都能够。
Yeah, I know Hoyoverse isn't perfect, right? But like, you have to applaud them for being able to get like all this content. Well, questionable as far as content goes, because some of the mini games and such are very repetitive, but you have to commend them for getting shit out in 6 weeks, because that's a lot of fucking work. And then to prepare whole patches, like it's like whole regions, it's just ugh. I'll praise them on that. Wait, I haven't seen Nuvi's splash art. I'm gonna have to see it. I hope Sandrone gets involved. That would be interesting too. He could just be there on a different mission. Yeah. In his birthday mail, he did say he was going to depart soon for special training, and you think that's in Fontaine? Maybe. That would make sense. He may be here to distract focalors, so Arlecchino might play her part soon. Maybe. How many Fatui do you think we will see? I think we will see more than what we've already been shown. So, okay, so like somebody saying Sandrone, you want them to show up. That would make sense for Fontaine, because Fontaine's like the really mechanical, steampunky region. And Sandrone really likes... excuse me. Oh, she really likes ruin guards, right? And tinkering with stuff. So that would be perfect. Columbina, I'm only gonna say Columbina because Arlecchino is literally involved, and I think they're gonna be very important to each other for the story. So I do think she will pop up. And then we get Child, so that's 4. I'm also wondering when Dottore is gonna pop up again, and if he will ever be playable. Please make him playable. But I do think it's interesting that they're saving him obviously for something. Like, his storyline's obviously not finished, and there's so much we don't know about him. But I could also argue he's going to show up too, because I do think him and Columbina do have somewhat of a relationship, because if you remember in, oh god, A Winter Night's Lazzo, there we go. He was talking to her at the end. And in my Harbinger video, I actually compared them both to Dr. Finkelstein and Sally from The Nightmare Before Christmas, and I really hope they do have that kind of relationship, but we will see. There were rumors that Dottore would be playable, but they also said Senora would be playable, and she did. But she could come back, right? She could come back in Notlon, right? Since that's called the Ode to Resurrection, right? That's not copium, right? Yo, what happened to the burning tree? I think that was just symbolic. I actually think it was symbolic of Nirvana. For several reasons. That I probably will explain in a video at some point, because I have to do one on Irminsul. Shoot, I also hope we get Dottore back too, but I doubt that will happen. We'll see, we'll see. There's only 2 countries left after this, and so many Fatui we've barely met. I want to know more. Me too. What burning tree? The tree that Irminsul was burning at the end of A Winter Night's Lazzo, and people thought that would actually happen, but it kind of didn't, so it's probably just symbolic. Colin is dead, and she's playable copium. I mean, I feel like she's kind of playable right now. Because if you think of Nihida being like an extension of Rukkhadevata, they're both the same, but like very different. Or like, you know, different. Then, and like not the same person, then like, I mean, she kind of is Rukkhadevata. And I only say that because Rukkhadevata is like partially based on Colin, from what it seems like. So maybe Colin is technically playable. Technically. Oh my god, you're alive? Yes, I am, Soleil. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Or it hasn't happened yet. I mean, yeah. Maybe it hasn't happened yet. Are we sure that was the voice of Columbina at the end of the trailer with Dottore? Yes. Because there were voice credits in, like, the description and everything, and it said that it was Columbina. So, like, we know for sure it was Columbina. I think Dottore will be the new Harbinger supervisor like how Senora was for Child and Scaramouche in 1.0 and 2.0. Yeah. That would be interesting. Pretty sure the burning tree is allegorical, considering the fact that it was all Cole's dream. Yeah. Yeah, so it was a dream, so we do have to think of it in that way, I guess. I just want to see Celestia versus Fontaine, period. The photo that Focalor holds resembles a burning tree. I'll have to look at it. Senor Resurrection believers, rise up. It's not copium, guys. I promise.
带给玩家耳目一新的感觉。相信屏幕前的大家也十分的好奇与期待啊，在新的这个世界区域枫丹，我们会收获哪些与以往完全不同的体验呢？所以今天呢，我们也邀请到大家老朋友项目组的战斗设计师鸡哥啊，为大家分享4.0版本的全新内容。
All right, what you got for us, Aquaria and Dawei?
这一次大伟哥的邀请啊，这次能够跟大伟哥一起在4.0版本的前瞻节目与大家再次见面。那刚才大伟哥提到了啊，原神的制作团队在内容创新上，做出了很多努力。这其实是一个之前啊很少跟大家直接提及的一个话题。从3.0
Do we remember Zamaron? Yes. The magic Istaroth mushroom, Mushiroth. I remember them.
那在枫丹的话呢，其中比较重要的一块就是水下区域的探索了。
之前在3.8版本的这个前瞻节目中啊，我们就已经知道了啊，潜水是枫丹地区啊。
Also, the burning, the tree burning could still happen just in another chapter, yeah.
话不多说啊，作为今天节目开始的这个重头戏啊，我们就先请鸡哥啊带领我们在枫丹的水下体验一番吧。
Ooh. All right, hold on. Let's look at this. It's so pretty, and it's so big.
那这一次呀，我们为原神中所有的角色都新增了一套水下的动作。那大家也可以自由选择自己喜欢的角色。
Okay, so like, how do we
保证
fight?
呢，玩家在水下探索的一个流畅性。我们这一次没有在枫丹的水下做类似氧气条。
Oh, thank fucking God.
考虑到呢，像氧气条这种。
Thank God we don't have like an oxygen bar, because I would die so many times. But at the same time, they could have implemented it if it was big enough, you know, like it was enough health or enough of an oxygen bar. I would have been okay with it, but like, this is fine too. I hope it doesn't feel too slow. That's another thing too. Like, will we be able to accelerate? Focalor's weapon will be pure theater kid energy. Yeah, Storm, that's my prediction for it too. Do you think that the Ruin Machine with Sandrone was a guiding creation? What do you mean by guiding creation? What you mean? I think that the Oratrice or whatever is going to be revealed to a person, and I'm praying it's going to be a Vilvi XP. That would be interesting. That would be very interesting. You know what? We should see a Vilvi XP in Fontaine. Like, it would be the perfect place for it. She has that steampunk vibe. Oh my God, that was my one fear and we dodged it, thankfully. Yeah. Oxygen limitation is not fun in any game I've played. Yeah, it's very limiting. So thank God. And it's easy to explain it in this game. It's just fucking magic and we're the traveler and we're probably like, I don't know, the fucking primordial one or something. So we're super strong. I believe Hoyo will add a gadget for swim booster similar to Inazuma Fan. Yeah. Let's hope so. Hoyo Lab has posted titles The Steambird Special Edition to explain the new mechanics. You might want to check it out if you haven't already. Thanks for the heads up, Miro. I do need to check that out because I have not seen any of it. Lydie and Flemine is a Vilvi at home. She was split into 2 little boys. I mean, doesn't she have like 8 personalities? So I would believe that. Or however personalities she has. We don't actually breathe ever. Perfect. Visions let people breathe underwater. I mean, I believe that. Oh, excuse me. I hope it's not a gadget with 100 seconds of cooldown. That would suck. All right, let's continue.
在常规的情况下，主要是被用于限制水下的行动时间，来增加玩家的一个紧迫感啊。但是枫丹的水下区域它没有这样的一个设计目的啊，所以基于同样的原因啊，我们在枫丹其实也在允许玩家下潜自由探索的水域，取消了在这些水域上的消耗体力的限制，也就是说玩家可以自由的在这部分区域畅游了。不过啊， 在水下也是存在冲刺的，冲刺呢会消耗水下特有的体力，不过水下体力条的长度不需要额外解锁，水下也会存在相当的复苏水团，靠近这些鱼群呢，可以恢复旅行者的水下体力和生命值。除了自由的潜泳以外啊，我们在水下也提供了一种快速的长途移动的方式，叫做洋流。在洋流当中
，Jet Stream
朝着目的地快
or
速
whatever that is。
移动期间，玩家也可以在洋流中自由的调整位置和视角。
Okay, so I have a question. Are they gonna add underwater stuff to like all the other regions? Because there are like dark spots in several places on the map, like across Teyvat's map, like in NIGH, Inazuma, on, oh god, what is the island's name that not Seirai, the other one. The one where the kid Rue was sacrificed. What is that island called? I never remember it because I never go there anymore because it's too depressing, especially since there's like no people on it anymore. Tsurumi, thank you. Jesus, Tsurumi Island. There are like dark spots in the water there too. Like I hope they implement more of that, like not just in Fontaine. You doubt it? That would be so sad. They said we can dive in Fontaine because the water there is special. Shit. Fuck. Okay, well, what if they, like, have some random NPC dude invent a device that lets us breathe underwater anywhere? Boom, I just fixed the problem. You know, like a scuba diving suit or something. I wish, but it will too much, plus mobile players. Oh, yeah, that's true. When you realize that Inazuma is the only fully released region, Mondstadt and Sumeru have hidden port areas that haven't been shown, and Liyue, Chinyu Vale, which connects to Fontaine, and also the Tea Village, whatever that's called, Chaoying Village or something. No, it's probably not Chaoying. Maybe it is. I can't remember. I like how they talk about this relatively shallow swimming being a calm, pretty experience, but I wonder if later Fontaine patches they'll add, like, scary deep ocean swimming. I hope so. Like, let's go swimming in a fucking trench and have to beat fucking prehistoric creatures. Like, that would be cool. I'm also assuming we're gonna fight Vishops in the water because Bathismal Vishops are like, you know, the Vishops fled to the sea. At least that's one of the places, right? So we're definitely gonna see some dragons. At least I hope. Inazuma Dark Continent. That would be... Oh, Chinyu Village. Subnautica Impact. Oh, gosh. Beta Harbor in Sumeru is unreleased, plus the rest of Gurabad that fell in the... Oh, yeah, that's true. It did feel like that was... Like, after Apocalypse Lost, I think it was... That side quest was called, with Lilupar. It did feel like there was more to that, and that we would be able to see Gurabad, which I hope so. Because that whole thing, Gurabad, Lilupar, her children, her husband, I'm gonna tell you, parallels to the primordial one, and their wife, maybe. Which we're gonna talk about in a couple videos. Apocalypse Lost, Auto. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was called Apocalypse Lost. Wasn't it? Something like that. I wonder if we'll see Beisht again. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about them. She just like kind of got angry and then fucked off, basically. To be fair, that would add a lot of the... Yeah. Oh, you meant Guizhong creation. My bad. Maybe. Maybe, Jack. I don't know. Speaking of Guizhong, we're definitely gonna see her again, right? Whether that's in like a realm of consciousness or something, we're definitely gonna fucking see her again. Cause like, that's completely unresolved and we don't know a lot. She also gives Sealy vibes. Anyway, oh my gosh. We're not gonna get through this, y'all.
观看沿途的风景，其实是一个观光的一个好办法。除此之外，我们还在设计枫丹水下的时候呀，总觉得这个枫丹的水体啊，它应该有一些
Yeah, like what What is
水域的
this?
特性，
What are
所以
these
我们也设计了一
cubes?
些比较特殊的水体它们是完全悬浮在空中的。那
Oh
也可以设法从各个角度去进入这些水体，获取一些特殊的宝藏，或者直接把它们当做捷径来使用。那既然有特殊的
Interesting.
水体呢，自然也会有特殊的水底陆上。
So there's just floating water
大量的
cubes.
被水体包裹着的陆
Oh,
地
this is
来供大家
gorgeous.
探索。我们特意的把这些区域设计的相对的比较通畅，比较。
Okay, this is where like, so this is definitely ruins. These are definitely ruins then. Because there's a fucking ruin. What is this called? I forget the name. It's unimportant. This definitely is a ruin. Yeah, I want to know the lore behind the floating water cubes. I mean, Sandrone does kind of look like her. Yeah, I've seen those theories. Yeah, that she has like a similar hairstyle and such. Cheese grater. Oh God. Yeah, I don't. The cubes are interesting. Celestia getting ready to nail them. I'm telling you. I hope we see a nail. I hope we see the heavenly principles. Ruin grater. Thank you. Yes, she's a field tiller. Basically, I mean, yes, technically.
宽敞，那请大家也不用担心在其中探索会迷路。
看来风弹这个水下世界远比
Especially when Snezhnaya takes over a cube, over these cubes and frees them into giant ice cubes. Well, that would be unfortunate. Failed hydrohypostasis. That would be interesting. That's an interesting idea. Lodi, that's interesting.
鸡哥和我们聊聊这个枫丹水下的这个创作历程与创作思路。
好的，那这部分内容呢，我可以从战斗设计师的角度跟大家去聊一聊
Oh, thank you. Tell us how we're gonna fight.
规划我们都启动的比较早，像潜水这种年度的规划就可能会更早了。不夸张的说初次提及类似的想法，大概已经是2年前了。
那真的是从很早很早就开始筹备了
没错。
那么我想问看鸡哥最早咱们想要做提瓦特的水下是出于什么样的这个目的呢？
最初的这个想法其实挺简单的，就是觉得开放世界嘛。 它没有水下探索，就总感觉少了点什么。我们理性的来看这个问题为了做而做，其实是比较盲目的一个决定。所以呢，从那以后的1年，其实我们做了很多事情去权衡和规划，怎样去做到水下的内容品质能够符合标准，还能做得有趣，还要有记忆点而不是单纯的作为一个陆上体验的这么一个水下版本。所以最后呢，我们选择了一个对玩家 和对团队其实都能接受的一个方案，就是在未来的枫丹的年度版本里面，我们把水下作为一个枫丹的核心内容之一，以最大的设计精力和人力进行投入，来创作一个全新的、比较有可玩性的这样的一个水下世界。
Okay, Aquaria.
这个枫丹的水下和陆地的这个占比大概是个什么样的这个比例呢？
既然是枫丹的核心内容之一我们认为水下在枫丹区域占的比例，至少在大世界探索这个维度上，要和陆地5:5开才足够。实际上呢，可能随着版本的开放节奏，这个比例会
Oh, it's gonna take forever to explore everything.
我也想代表这个玩家问看鸡哥我们水下这个玩法它具体是怎么做出来的？在这个制作的过程中，我猜应该遇到了不少棘手的难题吧？
那这个问题那大伟哥是问到点子上了，这个里面问题可多了。不过今天这个节目时间有限我们就挑几个比较重要的问题去聊一聊。在设计水下内容的过程中，我们从自己过去的设计，以及这些年尝试过水下内容的其他游戏身上都吸取了很多的经验和教训。
To be honest though, how does Yoimiya have a Oh yeah, that's a good question. Don't know. They're saving him for something big though. Maybe Yoimiya was the Pyro Archon all along, oh my god. Underwater stuff combat has been compared to Mario Odyssey. I never finished that game, so I don't remember. Oh, that's gorgeous. Those animals are cute, whatever they are. Like, look at all this Roman architecture. Fontaine aberrants? Interesting. Oh. Skull, skull, skull. Yeah, what is that? Is that a dragon? Dead dragon or a dead sea monster? Venti likely has endgame lore and cannot be shown until then. Yeah, I agree.
是视角的设计，原神的陆上体验是锁定俯仰角的，就是说不管如何运动，玩家的视角始终是相对平稳的。那角色更不会前倾和后仰。但水底不一样，那比起陆上呀，我们解放了俯仰角这个旋转轴，那玩家可能光是为了找回正方向，他就要花很大的力气。那更常见的就是晕3D 这种现象。
Okay, well, we'll have to see how all of this is when we actually get to play it. And I'll reserve my judgments for that, because
不会影响玩家在水下瞄准时的效果。主要目的是尽量保证玩家的视野稳定，避免眩晕。
it sounds like it's gonna be a smooth sailing experience, but I don't know. This underwater exploration might be annoying. We'll see. But it looks fun.
那与此同时，我们也设置了一些回正按键，通过水底的气泡等动态表现，时刻提醒玩家垂直正方向的角度。那在关卡设计上，我们也尽量减少玩家
Did I just do a Sino pun? Oh, did I?
下潜来交互多个对象的环节。第三个问题是关卡内容的规划。
Reserving judgment, smooth sailing, great Fontaine puns there, har har. Oh god. I didn't even realize that, guys. I was just talking. What's up with all the Titanic-sized creatures in Genshin? Good question. Cute crab.
所以一个理论上可以任意上浮和下潜的区域，如果在连续10米的纵深上都没有内容设计，玩家就会觉得我们偷懒了。对，总而言之，为了最大限度的使水下的内容密度看起来不那么空，同时还要控制内容量，确实。
I'm so proud of you, man.
最后一个比较重要的问题其实是战斗体验啊，这就是我的老本行了。起初我们也考虑过把陆地上的体验呀在水中做还原。但实际上，不管我们怎么设计，常规的战斗
Those jellyfish were cute. Too bad they look like they're enemies.
弱重力、强阻力的一个状态。如果要维持体验的真实感，所有的战斗动作都会变得很笨重、很迟缓。由于我们还
Oh god.
向的设计和俯仰角的设计，那
Wait, so I hope it's not too sluggish. She just said he designed the movements to be like sluggish and slow because there's weaker gravity and more resistance underwater, which I mean, it makes sense. But again, I hope it's not too, like the exploration won't be too slow. Just seeing the elevation difference between Fontaine and the rest of Teyvat just highlights how beautiful the game is, to be honest. I agree. Not Fontaine having huge waterfalls to make it look like a literal huge fountain. Period. I think letting us play as Surush was a trial for underwater movements. No, I did not enjoy playing as Surush. I felt like she was a little slow. Oh god, a pun. Wanna know why Sino is the best waitress? Because through him, justice is served. God damn it. Okay, Genshin giving us cute aquatic life only to have them be enemies. Right, it's unfair. If you think about the size of Durin in lore and how huge that damn mountain is, it's just insane. It reminds me of when Venti was talking about giants and creating continents of their corpses. Yeah. And remember how freaking a Pep was that big too. She was, or they, I guess we don't know the gender. They were fucking hunormous. Wait, ginormous. That's what I was going for. Dies of cringe. Oh, that pun. Oh, I think you misunderstood a little. He's explaining the challenges they faced making underwater combat. Gotcha. Okay.
元素绝对充沛的领域里，想要展开元素反应策略，只会得到一个非常不平衡、没有乐趣的结果。所以比起传统的战斗形式，我们设计了一套独立、简约但互动性良好的水下战斗规则。玩家可以从水中特定的远海异种生物身上获得与之对应的能力，用来对抗敌人和进行解谜。比如有一种远海异种叫做重甲蟹，那根据它的生态特征，我们设计了一种近似于盾牌的能力。玩家可以通过长按来发动格挡效果，除了获得护盾之外呢，还能
Oh, it's so cute. It's like a little seahorse thing.
介绍完水下区的玩法啊， 我还想问问鸡哥啊，其实，在枫丹的序曲 PV 发布的时候啊，我们就观察到有细心的玩家在讨论出场的枫丹角色神之眼，好像和其他地区。
Oh yeah, they have different visions.
这个也被大家发现了，其实是枫丹本土角色的一种特殊性质，我们称它为史基力，分为荒性和盲性两种对立的特性。荒性和盲性的史基力相遇的时候会触发湮灭，产生能量。那枫丹人
An annihilation reaction
为城市里的各种设备功能，当然也包括大家在街上看到的那些机器人。拥有神之眼的枫丹角色们呢，也会根据自身带有的史基力特性，在
Okay, so we know Fontaine is facing an energy crisis, right? And it sounds like a lot of stuff, at least the clockwork stuff, like the clockwork guardas, or whatever they're called, are powered with, what did they call them? Wisa aligned energy and Pneuma aligned energy, and then what's it called? An annihilation reaction. Interesting. That kind of has, it's kind of like the Kavarina, right? And then the abyssal power, you know, like rejecting, like two opposites. Kind of like also well, actually, I don't know if these are opposites. Let me be quiet. Wait. Okay. Quantum and imaginary, interesting. Instead of making underwater combat, they should focus on making above water combat more fun. I mean, I agree. I feel like Fontaine is going to be especially painful to explore. I feel like it's either going to be really fun or a chore. Hopefully it's not as much of a chore as the desert was, because exploring those underground areas, it was interesting, but I really could have preferred a map to go along with it. Ugh, this arc mechanic feels like artificially forcing us to pull for Fontaine characters. That's true too. I hope we aren't forced to. I would assume there are going to be mechanisms around to like do this, because if there aren't, that's a really fucking greedy, predatory way to get people to pull and spend money. Oh boy, I hope it's way easier to tell what character is. Yeah, Zhongli is more demanding because I will have order. They talk more about the energy system in the special program. Good. AKA light and dark reaction. That's what it sounds like. Usia. Okay, Usia. And then Pneuma. Okay. They already said Lynette will be free. Oh, yeah, they did. That's right. And they will add a new map system in the game. Yeah, I saw the mini map up here when they were underwater, so that's nice. And I did hear they were going to add to the desert, so that's good. Archie is just for puzzle solving, like the night and day stuff in Enconomia. Yes, but it likely has lore implications as well. Because, well, okay, let's listen.
相遇的时候会触发湮灭，产生能量。那枫丹人其实就是利用了这个特性，为城市里的各种设备功能。当然也包括大家。
Okay, so the clockwork mecha and the facilities run on this power. So then there must be a Archie problem.
在战斗当中触发对应性质的追击效果。不过呀，作为枫丹角色和枫丹区域特有的一部分内容，我们并不打算把史基力的体系设计成像新的单质元素那般复杂。
Okay, so yeah, I'm interested as to like the lore reason for them having like different types. So Uisa and Pneuma, why characters would have those different typings. I get it's a gameplay mechanic, but I feel like there's going to be lore implications as well. Archie like Archeum. They show in the Steambird posts that there are energy blocks for Pneuma Uisa, just like the Dendrograna in Sumeru for puzzles. Kind of like Azeosite as well. Isn't that what it's called? Whatever the Conrians were using. Pneuma in Greek is known as the spirit or breath of God. Okay, and if you recall in Mondstadt Archon quest, Diluc informed Pymon is looking for the animal Archon with a relic of a bottle filled with the breath of God. Interesting. I think they mentioned mechanisms, yeah, but I could be remembering wrong. Okay, interesting. I mean, I think there are definitely lore implications too. Yeah, azocyte, thank you. So Uisa is used in chemistry, and it was used in ancient Greece too. Did it have anything? Oh, Christianity. Fucking chemistry. Christianity. Interesting. Archae is also a philosophical term. I'm gonna have to research all of this. It also means substance and essence. Azocyte. Yes, thank you. The lore is loring. All right, let's continue.
因此，大家在游玩中更多体验到的其实是它对特定对象的交互能力，而不是一种非用不可的强度工具或者独占优势。比如攻坚特化型机关，它就拥有象征防爆的迟钝特殊模式，或者象征镇压的警棍特殊模式。玩家可以通过利用部分枫丹角色的时间
These mechas look so cool.
来干扰他们的功能系统，逼迫他们退出这些模式，采取其他的形式对抗玩家。那讲了这么多家长里短的，就感觉有点太激动，浪费大家时间啊！
不会。
那总之啊，就是希望大家能够亲自去4.0枫丹版本体验一下枫丹地区的全新玩法。那更多的内容呢，我就不在这里剧透了。
哎，今天和这个鸡哥聊完啊，甚至觉得感觉有点热血啊。那最直观的感受是啊，我们原神项目组的同学们啊，是和玩家朋友和原神本身一同成长起来的，更像是并肩作战的战友啊。
是的。那其实就跟在2.0的前瞻直播中跟大家聊过的那样
The journey was the friends we made along the way, literally.
深度玩家同样也是希望看到游戏中出现更多有趣的内容。那原神运营的时间越长，受到的关注越多，那大家面临的挑战可能也会越艰难。但我们还是会
Yeah, I wonder that too, Sakia. How'd they build these sets? They look great. Like, ever since Inazuma, they just look really cool.
鸡哥说的好啊。那接下来呢，就请大家休息片刻。那一段短片之后啊，还会有项目组的其他同学。
I'm guessing we're about to get a code that I fucking missed because I didn't actually watch the freaking live stream. And I didn't log into Genshin for 2 fucking weeks. Oh, what is this? Okay, we're going around the world. What in the world? Okay, we're in Paris. Now we're in China, maybe? That was Los Angeles. That's Paris again. No, what the fuck? Yeah, that's China. Oh, that's a cool billboard. Rip phone bill, yeah. Oh, this is long? Oh, crap. What, are they gonna get teleported or something? It's Taipei, New York, Paris. Thank you. Oh, yeah, the little event thingy. Oh, there was Pymon. Destination Fontaine. Okay. Cosplayers. Well, he's dressed as a magician. That's not necessary. Okay. Ooh, a locket. Or a stopwatch, rather. Or a pocket watch. Jesus. He's gonna hypnotize everybody. Lamia, thank you for the... Oh my god, thank you for the super chat. And thoughts on Gate of Everlasting Morning. What is that? Hey, Bach Addy. Yes, we are... I'm gonna give you plenty of brain rot. Should we just skip this? Or is it almost over at this point? Because this is pretty long. This is like the updating percentage screen. Yeah. I need to look it up? Okay, I will. Skip it. It's almost over now? Alright. Per usual, I asked too late. And there's 100. A rendezvous in Fontaine.
旅行者们，欢迎回来。那么接下来啊，让我们有请 IP 负责人小罗号。
Oh, alright. So we're getting lore now. That's what I'm talking about. We're getting fucking lore now.
旅行者们好啊，很高兴又在。
Oh, the entrance to Conria. That's what it's called.
我们都知道啊，
Oh, I have many thoughts about
水
that.
上和水下的风光都非常美丽。那我们要怎么到达这片土地呢？难道这次也要坐船？
没错。 对于在之前探索过须弥地区的旅行者来说呢，只要跟随我们主线的步伐，就能轻松地抵达海陆港，乘坐全提瓦特独一无二的交通工具巡轨船，前往枫丹国最重要的城。
So are these Melusines? Okay, these are called aquabuses. One of the most unique forms of travel into that. This is a Melusine, or are they something else? Okay, so that is a Melusine. Thank you. Interesting. Are they gonna be like the new Aranara? Or is it going to be something else?
当然呢，为了帮助大家顺畅便捷地进行旅行，对于还没有开拓沙漠，
They're named after a banshee. Interesting. Genshin added furries. I mean, it was only a matter of time.
不久的旅行者啊，可能需要跋涉很远才能
Mayhaps. Yep.
因此呢，在 4.0 版本更新之后，对于所有完成魔神任务序章第3幕《巨龙与自由之歌》的旅行者。 地图上须弥弗罗右这个靠近枫丹的传送点就会自动解锁，大家就可以借助它快速的来到枫丹边境了。
这巡轨船啊，看起来就比我想象的厉害。那枫丹的技术力啊，果然不一般，而且还有好几条线路啊，通往不同的地方。
是的，枫。
Okay, so we're getting a waypoint. Thank God it's like really close to Fontaine. But I'm wondering like how we're gonna get the prompt to go to Fontaine. I hope it's not like how we got the prompt for Sumeru, which was Pymon just being like, oh, well, it seems like it's about time to go to Sumeru, so let's just do that. Like, I remember that, like, being so jarring. I was like, oh, okay. So no, like, little cutscene or whatever. No reason specifically to go to Sumeru. Another 10-hour world quest indeed. I'm actually, like, excited about it because the R&R stuff had some really good lore. They having a tea party. That's cute. I think those ears or antenna are what we see in that little clip. Okay. Interesting. We'll have to look at the gameplay video, Miro, because you said there's a statue of the 7. I want to see what it looks like. They're just like pom-pom. They kind of are. Little bunnies.
枫丹水道呢，一共有3条线路。 连接海陆港和总站的克莱门汀线，通往伊犁耶岛的纳维亚线，以及原本通往枫丹。
Wait. Navia has a line named after her? Is she like rich or something? Because that is the yellow lady's name, right? This is her name. A Fontaine process server shows up in your teapot and hands you a summons to the court. Oh gosh. They'll talk about Navia later. Okay, good to know.
岛的纳维亚线以及原本通往枫丹动能工程科学研究院方向的卡雷斯线。
Navi is the yellow lady with the hat. I think she's a Geo character.
还能听到我们可爱的小导游对于沿途的地标还有枫丹一些特有的风土人情的介绍。
哎，又是游船又有导游啊，突然就有了一种放慢节奏啊，舒舒服服享受旅游的感觉啊。哎，我刚才注意到啊，我们的导游朋友好像长得跟人类不太一样
啊。对，这种可爱的生灵呢叫做美露星，它们原本生活在与世隔绝的村落当中。 尽管它们外表看起来都是小个子，连手脚都短短的，但是呢，它们拥有着一种与生俱来的特殊视觉，能够看见人类难以观察到的东西，所以更加容易找到坏人的线索。也是出于这个原因呢，竹影亭的雇员现在大多都是美露星。
竹影亭，我还是第一次听到这个名字。
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
这是一个直接隶属于最高审判官的
Ooh, they're a detective force. Okay, so the Chief Justice is called the Ludex. Is that... What does Ludex mean? If anybody knows. Number one. Number two, that's Neuvillette, right? Because he is the Chief Justice. That's what... That was what was in Nikita's thingy. Remember the little words from Neuvillette? That was about Nikita? But then also about Farina. Capital I, not L. Oh, okay. Udex, sorry. Thank you. Navia is the lady Ashikai calls a pineapple. I mean, that's very accurate, though. They are really cute. It would have been better if this was more based in Italy, Venice, instead of France. Okay, so I think they're definitely mixing stuff, right? Like, because I really do think they will have, like, Italy involved in this, especially since Roman history is probably going to be involved with Fontaine. So maybe we will get a city that is like Venice at some point in Fontaine. And it's just not released yet? Question mark? I mean, no nation is based on one region. Yeah, that too. Yeah, they're like they're all jumbled up. All right. Fontaine's organization is rather complicated.
还挺复杂的，可能具体的细节呢，就留待各位旅行者进行探索吧。
说到最高审判官啊，在枫丹这个以正义与审判为主题的国度，他似乎是一位无论从存在感还是地位来说都很强的人物啊。
Oh, there's Neuvillette. He looks so fucking sexy. Yeah.
枫丹的运转建立在一套关于正义的审判体系之上，对这种说法我还是挺纳闷的。
Thanks, Yuniharu. Have a good dinner.
开始讲起了。刚才鸡哥啊也为我们提到了史基利这个概念。枫丹整个地区啊都给人一种比较发达先进的印象。使用的能源。
Yeah, we already know they have like French and Britain stuff or British stuff.
创立者阿兰吉约丹在400多年前发明了一套叫做可控蛮荒湮灭能量的能量模块。
Haven't they mentioned this dude before? Alain Guillotine. Okay, so he invented the energy blocks, providing power via controlled Numa Wisa annihilation reactions over 400 years ago. Okay, so post-cataclysm, meaning that this is probably linked to the research they were doing with Conria, right? And they probably based it on azosite, because we know from the factory that Fontaine was trying to do some stuff with Conria related tech. The founder of the Research Institute, thank you. They're gonna chop some heads. We learn a chunk about him in the latest desert area. Yeah. I swear if they don't give us a baguette, sword, they have to, right? Like, they have to. We got a fucking fish. Now we need a baguette.
那至今呢，枫丹大多数的发条机关都依靠这一体系运作。旅行者们呢，在野外遭遇的形态各异的
Oh, those are interesting
都是由这
ones.
种能量所驱动的。而在枫丹人生活和娱乐比较密集的区域，比如说枫丹亭，还有伊利耶岛，则主要是依靠一种叫做绿常混能
Indemnitum
大家日常生活所需，包括照明呀，然后驱动各种交通工具，支撑城市方方面面的运作等等。而要问绿常混能。
But okay, wait. I'm gonna wait until he explains, because there's two, well, technically three energy sources now, I guess. Well, I guess you could consider it one energy source with the Pneuma Uisa, since it creates an annihilation reaction, and the energy from that is what they use. And now they have a second one? Wait, okay.
是如何产生的呢？它是通过审判的过程，借由一个叫做预示裁定书机的机器，收集人们对于正义的信仰，最终转化成能量的。
由机器收集信仰，听着还挺。
All right, this thing is like Irminsul. Just calling it right now. When you hear about this Oratrice, just think of it being Fontaine's Irminsul. I'm gonna continue to listen to this, but I really do think it's Irminsul for Fontaine.
所以枫丹人才那么热衷审判吗？
这是主要的原因。
Also, this is kind of like Persona 5 in a way. Remember, like, spoilers, but like towards the end of it, they were disappearing from reality because people didn't believe in them anymore. You mean the Akasha? The Irminsul is the whole world. Well, I mean, the Akasha is basically a mini Irminsul. It operates very similar to Irminsul. So yes, the annihilation stuff is just aspects of Archie. Oh, right, yeah, I forgot it was called Archie. So it's Archie and then this Indemnitum stuff that's produced from people's... It, like, harvests people's judge... Okay. Wait, okay, hold up.
就可以窥见一二了。审判是枫丹最重要的公众活动，但这个行为呢，同时也被
Hi, Hara, how you doing?
化了。就像莎士比亚口中说过，人是一舞台，众生皆灵幽。在水神弗宁娜的影响。
Okay, so we got a Shakespeare reference. I guess we can expect more of that. So kind of like the Akasha, yes. But I'm going to tell you, this is probably a parallel to Irminsul too, because the Akasha was very much like a ley line system, which by extension is Irminsul. I also think very imaginary here with this system and quantum with the Archie. That's interesting. Indemnitum is used to power the city, and Pneuma Uisa Annihilation is for the mechas and the stuff outside the city. Interesting. Judgments are a form of performance.
而我们这位水神热爱并期待着舞台上一切的惊喜和反转。
看来水神是一位性格非常张扬跳脱的角色，但作为一国之神，听着稍微有点不正经啊。这样真的没问题啊？
对，没问题吧？对吗？
哈哈哈，看来小龙浩同学。
I can see Farina and Venti being friends, cause she seems kind of like a prankster almost. By that, I mean she just sees everything as fucking entertainment. This is going to be really interesting. Devs called her bratty. Yeah, she sounds like it. Akasha eats dream. Meanwhile, Justice System eats the beliefs of the people. Yeah, what do you think Irminsul is doing, yo? What do you think Irminsul is doing? I can see Venti being friends with everyone. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Farina's gonna be... she's gonna be a pain. But I'm also gonna end up liking her because I like little shits and she seems like a little shit. They talk about this power source being sentient in the trailer, which makes me think of it being like Nihida in a way. Right. So like I said, and you guys know I've been saying since forever that I really do think Istaroth is probably Irminsul, is inside of it, locked inside of it, however you want to phrase it. But I do think she is like the consciousness of Irminsul. Kind of like how all the trees that we've seen so far, at least a lot of them rather, have like a consciousness that they anchor. like Rukkhadevata anchored the previous Hydro Archon's consciousness to a tree. Makoto's consciousness was involved with the sacred Sakura. So something in that realm, right? And it's funny because Makoto has some ties to Istaroth as well. But it is like Nihida and the Akasha. And by extension, Irminsul, because, well, Nihida is the fucking avatar of Irminsul. Furina's so wet because she's, oh my god. Shane. A gets along more with Zhongli than with Venti. Zhongli tolerates Venti. I mean, yeah. I feel like A and Zhongli are gonna, like, hate Furina and find her to be childish. But I mean, A was childish too, to be honest. Moral of the story, be nice to trees, period. Who's this sassy lost child? Ugh, this is gonna be so fun. 5 more days, y'all. 5 more days.
那就让我们从林尼和林尼特这对兄妹开始讲起吧。他们也将是旅行者在枫丹地区首先。
Sorry, another question. Did they ever say who built the Oratrice? Like, Luocha cutscene had tree. Yeah, it did. I mean, which makes sense because he's like an Auto Apocalypse XV, and Auto is involved with the imaginary tree, right? He used it to save Colin. I also excuse me. I also am thinking more and more about the idea of Irminsul not being native to Teyvat, but planted during one of the reformings of the world. I would agree with you, Rena. Rena? Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. But I agree with you. Okay, so no, they didn't reveal it. I'm interested to see who fucking would be able to make that. Outside, Mon said are parsley, sage, rosemary, and Timmy. Tim E equals time. Timmy is Istaroth. Yes, he's secretly the primordial one. He's even associated with pigeons. And I really do think that the Moon Sisters are associated with doves. And if you... Technically, pigeons and doves are the same bird. There's only a difference in size, I believe. But they are like the same kind of bird. There is an Irminsul for every universe, basically. Nihida talks about people's belief is needed for an Archon's power. Yeah, we've known that for a while, haven't we? They, like, get power from the faith of the people, allegedly. And Fontaine's belief in justice is used as the power source. Could the machine have the consciousness of the previous Hydro Archon? Well... I would say no, because the the tree in Sumeru in the desert area, that allegedly has the consciousness of the deceased Hydro Archon, because Rukkhadevata anchored the dead Hydro Archon's consciousness to the tree and like grew the tree from it or something, right? Basically. But that was in the Pari quest, because the Hydro Archon died in Sumeru. I'm assuming we're gonna learn way more about that. Okay, anyway.
遇到的角色哦，足迹霹雳里面的老朋友了。但当时啊，大家还不知道这对兄妹的身份。魔术师啊，感觉很神秘啊，也不知道去哪里才能看到他们的演出呢。
在枫丹的魔神任务第一幕《白鹿与黑潮》的叙事中，林尼与林尼特将首次登上欧毕克莱歌剧。
Okay, so we're getting 2 acts. Act 1, Prelude of Blancheur and Noirceur. Okay, I know I did not pronounce that right. As light rain falls without reason. And it's raining, and isn't the rain supposed to like drown people or some shit? Isn't that what they said? Like during the trailer? That's gonna drown the city or something.
剧院的舞台在旅行者面前掀开盛大演出的帷幕。敬请各位玩家朋友期待了。至于平时吗？我推荐的地点就是枫丹的德波大饭店。那里的老板经常会邀请艺术家到餐厅里面进行演出，运气好的话就能欣赏到2位精彩绝伦的魔术秀了。这也是眼下最受观众期待的节目。
Okay, is that hotel where Limey was in his teaser trailer, like where he like does magic tricks on that drunk dude? Was he in that hotel? Do you think Nouvellette could be another auto XP? Maybe. It's possible. There's like a fuck ton of them in this game, to be honest. There's freaking Kaveh, there's probably maybe the primordial one. There's Dainsleif. There's Dottore. Like, it's crazy. Birds imagery, or birds imaginary are everywhere. Nahida being the bird, yup. Diluc, Kaveh, Kaya, and Alhatham's constellations are all birds, yup. Mona's mirror world in the Golden Apple Archipelago, yup. Barbados' story about the birds and First Flight, yup. Basically. And there's a common thread between them. Because, like, I'm pretty sure, like, doves are a symbol of divinity, aren't they? Or at least purity. Birds and shit have significance. Dottore isn't auto XP? Well, you can't spell Dottore without auto. But I mean, yeah, he probably is, because he does have some similarities to Otto in his, like, mad scientist kind of thing. As well as having, like, all the different clones, because Otto had a whole bunch of bodies that he prepared for himself. Or what does Dottore call his fucking clones? Segments, there we go. Isn't Venti like the weakest Archon? Ha! Huh. Tuh. That's what they want us to believe. How can that be if he has a whole organized religion with loads of followers? It's confusing, isn't it? It's very perplexing. The Pari quest feels too important to just be a world quest. It should have been an interlude Archon quest or something. I kind of agree, because it introduced a lot of important stuff about Conria too. I agree with that. Because a lot of people probably are going to skip it, and I really don't think people should skip it. But I also don't think people should skip the R&R stuff, but it's too long and people will not play that. Also, Dottore's role in Sumeru, yeah. Ravens representing humans in some myths too. Yes, and ravens can also mean, at least in like East Asia, they can also be representative of the sun, which is interesting. And I think in Native American mythos as well, like ravens, there's a myth about a raven stealing a sun or something. I know Ashikai talked about that in like one of her videos. What if Nouvellette is a part of the Oratrice? That would be interesting. Like, what if the Oratrice does like have a nexus, kind of like how Nahida was kind of like, well, she was the first terminal, I think, for the Akasha system, and she kind of... Anyway, whatever. I want to know more about this Oratrice. Okay, anyway, let's continue. Oh, we're not even halfway through.
有什么秘诀吗？
我想除了魔术表演本身精妙的设计和意外性之外呢，更多仰赖的还是大魔术师林尼他的个人魅力吧。身为魔术表演者的林尼，就像观众一样追求着新鲜感。在声名鹊起之后呢，他也从未安于现状。
Yeah, like Liney has like
自己的技术创造更为新颖、更加
he's like a perfect manipulator.
另一方面呢，林尼也十分擅长。
He's an actor on a stage.
往往会在情绪层层铺垫之后，选取恰当的时机。
Which would make him a great agent for the Fatui.
旅行者们呢，也可以在 4.0 版本中通过体验林尼的传说任务、被遗忘的怪盗，了解更多关于他的故事。
他笑起来的样子啊，真是充满了自信的魅力啊，好像从来不会害怕失误或者危险。他在战斗中也是这么。
Now the way he smirks makes it seem like he's a little shit, and I love it.
弓箭角色在战斗中，他往往会发射影锯魔术剑，命中。
Yeah, he seems like a phantom thief.
嘲讽周围敌人的怪笑猫猫帽。 并选取时机将它引爆，造成伤害。而元素爆发大魔术灵迹巡游，则能让它化形为快速移动的怪笑冒冒猫，降下华丽焰火， 引爆灿烂的礼花。
Fischl is the secret sun goddess. Yep. I actually agree with that.
地图上标记出附近枫丹区域特产的位置。
这个技能说明啊，我都不敢再念一遍。
是的，怪笑猫猫猫和怪笑猫猫猫是2种不同的魔术道具。
哎，那作为琳妮的妹妹琳妮特，是不是同样身怀
？Okay, I'm gonna have to get both of them.
身为
Yep.
魔术助手，同时也是舞台上最接近魔术师的人。琳妮特同样有着高超的魔术造诣，兄妹2人往往一起一位吸引观众的注意，另一位呢在背后完成手法，彼此轮转，依靠天衣无缝的配合，呈现出精彩的演出。
Also, random thought, but do you guys think there's gonna be Tears of Themis references in Fontaine? Like, it would be ridiculous if they fucking didn't put any references in this, right? Because of the nature of Tears of Themis. Anyway.
琳妮特要低调，恬静得多。她习惯将自己藏在琳妮身后，避开人们的关注，看起来呢总是在发呆，最多就是全神贯注的待在角落里面品茶。 但实际上，琳妮特拥有非常敏锐的观察力，早就在暗中记下了种种细节，并捕捉到了很多关键的信息。
一个在明，一个在暗，这种台上台下的默契，真的让人很羡慕。
在战斗中呢，琳妮特能够以迷身。
Don't get you started on Tears of Themis, right? I would love it if they did some references too. Oh God, I missed a whole bunch of comments.
能够变出巨大的惊奇猫猫盒，嘲讽
Goodness.
周围的敌人造成。
I'm sorry, I missed so many comments.
这个惊奇猫猫盒。 还能和其他元素产生互动，不愧是魔术助手啊，把这点都考虑到了
啊。虽然低调，但也很专业。
说到专业啊，我记得他们还有一位名叫菲米尼的弟弟是吧？好像是个厉害的潜水员。
没错。跟哥哥姐姐不同的是，菲米尼他并不喜欢抛头露面的场合，他呢有意识地拉开了自己和灯光还有人群的距离，喜欢在独属于他的海底畅游和水。
Oh, he's so precious.
也喜欢阅读童话故事。
Ooh, he likes reading fairy tales.
全身心地沉浸在拆解和维修小型机械之中。当然，这里面有一部分是被琳妮特不小心弄坏的。
哎，听着是一个心地纯真的男孩，但是有点内向。
这一部分呢，也与他
Oh, you sound so
比较息息
cute.
相关。好在生活当中呢，琳妮与琳妮特对他很是照顾。他还有一只陪伴在身边的发条企鹅，名字叫佩伊。在战斗中，菲米尼能够通过元素战技伏兵增压，进入佩伊克技状态，并根据压力阶级进行不同的攻击。
I love his robot toy too, and I do hope that he has a swimming passive that makes the team swim faster. That would be great.
用它来探索水下世界，是不是就算专业对口呢？
啊，没错。当菲米尼在队伍中的时候呢，队伍里自己的角色水中耐力消耗将降低35%，的确能够帮助各位旅行者。
Yeah, Themis is the goddess of justice, so yeah, they need to have references, right?
No time for distractions. Seriously, you have a great magician standing right here. You don't want to miss the best part, do you?
Oh, he's so stylish.
Now disappear.
The only thing I hate is that he's a bow character, and I don't really like playing as bow characters.
Seems Lenny is saying some strange things again.
Lenny.
It's really worrying. Surprise! Let the magic begin!
Here comes the finale.
It's easy to fix a machine when you know how it's built and how it works.
Ooh.
But people
It's so cute, the penguin.
are more difficult.
Or whatever it is. The most stylish part is the shorts. He is a boring character gameplay-wise. Yeah, I'm not the fondest of Claymore characters either.
是不是可以揭晓新版本活动起源的具体安排了？我已经迫不及待。
Mostly because they just feel slow, right?
在枫丹冒险了。
啊，好的。在4.0版本第一阶段，琳妮和叶兰都将迎来概率 up， 琳妮特将会出现在同期的2个活动起源中，并提升获取概率。而下半期呢，则将迎来钟离和达达利亚的复刻。同时菲米。
Wait, we're getting a Snezhnaya event. Farewell of Snezhnaya. I'm assuming Child is freaking involved in this, right? He has to be. So cute. Oh, well, herp derp, here he is. Oh no, that's what the frickin' event wishes are called. Shit. Ignore me. Ignore me.
米尼的获取概率也将大幅度的提升。
还没来得及把老朋友们拉进队伍里的旅行者，也要抓紧机会了。
此外呢，全新的5星弓箭最初的大魔术也将会在武器活动起源中出现。
对了，先前在看版本 PV 的时候啊，我已经留意到了几张新。
I heard that bow is
有
broken.
一头黄色长发的纳维亚小姐，没记错的话，有一条水道线路就是以她的名字命名。
Okay, yeah, I said that earlier.
伟哥很敏锐啊，没错。 纳维亚是刺玫会的现任会长
Sfina de Rusula.
性格乐观，待人
Okay, yeah, that's definitely Italian. So, yeah, we're getting some Italy references. Demoiselle Navia is an optimistic lady with a kind heart.
行事作风更是相当不拘一格。在4.0版本的魔神任务中
There's her little Geovision.
追查一起重要的案件。我们还将认识
So she is fucking rich.
克洛林德。 他不仅是公子达达利亚渴望去切磋过招的对手，也和纳维亚之间有着。
Oh, okay. So I remember somebody said Child is here for special training. Is he here to beat her up, Chlorinde, since he wants to fight her? Mafia capo. Thorn of Small Rose. Interesting. Oh, the bow is bad, actually? Oh. It's actually Corsican. Corsica is in France, but it was part of Italy before. It's where Napoleon is from. Oh. Interesting. He wants to duel her since she's the strongest. All right. Interesting, interesting. Oh, he's so... I was about to say, is that a sword? But that's probably just a freaking cane. He's so drippy, I want him. And he's obviously a Hydro character, right?
纳维莱特，大伟哥刚刚就很在意的性格跳脱的水神弗宁娜，还有提前和大家见过面，到处追求着大新闻的蒸汽鸟报。
Okay, wait, I want to look at Farina for a second.
纳维亚之间有着某种复杂的联系。至于严肃公正的最高审判官纳维莱特，大伟哥刚刚就很在意的性格跳脱的水神弗宁娜。
What the fuck is this? Why is her eye colored that way? Also, why the hell do her eyelashes look so pointy? Or like with the little dots? You know, I thought she had short hair initially, but it seems like she has really long hair. Parsifal also gets name dropped in the bow. That's fun. That's interesting. He has a cane. He's got that old man energy. He's so attractive. Yes, daddy. Heterochromia. Yeah. Oh, please, I beg. May Navia be a Julie de reference in some way. Who is that? To resemble water droplets. Okay, that would make sense. 2 different eyes, possibly Numa and Uisa. Oh, so you're saying that she might have, like, the ability to manipulate both? Interesting. I'm still so confused about that energy system, like Numa and Uisa. I want to know more. Because to me right now, it sounds a lot like the Kvarena and then the Abyssal energy and then like the energy from the Celestial Nails and Abyssal energy and how they're opposites. But I'm just so confused as to how some characters are aligned with one or the other and why specifically in Fontaine. What is going on with this region? Her camera is the cutest thing ever.
除了上述提到的新角色之外呢，我们在序曲 PV 至终幕的欢宴中出场的其他人物呢，也将在后续版本中陆续与大家见面。
哦，那我可要坐不住了啊！
Oh yeah, it is kind of similar to the Mad Hatter of Alice in
枫丹的
Wonderland.
主线故事将从4.0贯穿到4.2，希望玩家朋友们可以在枫丹度过一段难忘的旅途。
枫丹啊，已经是我们旅行去往的第5个。
Okay, so like Sumeru, this is gonna have the whole Archon quest is gonna stretch over 3 patches. Okay, that's kind of nice. I kind of liked how they did that in Sumeru. But I'm wondering how fucking long each one will be. We'll see what they do. I hope they cut down on superfluous dialogue. Also, the travelers better freaking speak more.
每次打开地图看的时候啊，我都感到旅途还真是走得挺远的。
对呀，对于我们制作团队来说，能走那么远，真的离不开每一位旅行者一路以来的认可、支持和陪伴。
Wait, Roosevelt, you have a video on this? Wait, we're gonna have to watch it. Maybe I did watch it and I just don't fucking remember. Hold on. I've watched so much content. Like, I've watched a lot of your videos, Roosevelt. But maybe I didn't watch that one. I'll have to go back and look. Oh, please, no 5-week patches. I think they're 6 weeks, right? Each one, hopefully. Just give me Dane quests. Oh, you know Dane's quest is gonna be good. And he's gonna, like, tell us who the fucking Crystal Man is. Who is the sinner? Is he freaking Ermin? Is he Deshret? Is he Nibelung? Is he all 3? And I do have an argument for that to be like, they're all of them? Maybe? It's pretty new. Okay. I'm gonna have to look at it. I liked how that worked overall in Sumeru. I wouldn't mind if, yeah, they paced it a bit depending on how long it is. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We only got 5 more days, right? We'll see how it is. Yeah, it is back to 6 weeks. Roosevelt Onion collab would be fun. That would be fun. I hope he's here for longer this time. Yes. I've seen rumors that the Toro patch cycle of Fontaine will be short. So, like, they're gonna ramp up how quickly we go through stuff? I mean, okay. I'm, like, not entirely opposed, but I do think that's a lot of content. That's a lot of content to process. The water might follow the yin-yang system. Oh, you mean like it ends at 4.6 or something? Interesting. The water might follow the yin-yang system of Tao or Taoism. If you recall the Avatar, the Last Airbender, Water Nation talk about duality, like of the spirit world and human world. I do remember that. What if his quests are related to those floating water cubes? That would be interesting. I still want to know what those are, because it looked like there were ruins inside of them. Yeah, we got 5-week patches because of COVID. So they're just... I thought they already caught up on that. I mean, I'm usually screaming about shit too and making, like... shit that doesn't make sense and brain rot all the time. I recently watched someone playing through Sumeru, and if Deshret is the sinner, that would be hilarious with the fake rumors of his resurrection at the start of Sumeru. That would be funny. We'll see. Like, if you remember Deshret's little Golden Slumber project, remember what the Golden Slumber was. It was like an amalgamation of people acting as one. And if you think about it, that's kind of like what the Abyss and its little things are, because the Abyss has that will that operates through all of the little people. So I'm wondering if that also, they're going for that as well, that it's like a conglomeration of people, which means that it can also be possibly a combination of maybe the spirits of gods. I don't fucking know, y'all. I don't know. I have forgotten 90% of Sumeru. I mean, it was a lot. You two are the most laid-back screamers ever. We are unhinged. Well, at least I am. Yes, we are unhinged. I feel like each nation since Mondstadt dealt with duality in some form. Adepti humans, Narukami Watatsumi, rainforest, desert, etc. And you know, especially the Narukami Watatsumi and rainforest desert things they're definitely parallels to Teyvat and the fucking abyss. I'm just telling you guys. I'm like, really look at that like in a broader perspective. It really is. Like, it really is. And we're gonna go through that in the next video of mine. Okay. Didn't Yelan mention Numa in the Perilous? Did she? Oh, you mean like in her little magical incantation thing? Maybe. She probably did. Wait, if she did? That's so confusing. Because, like, what does that have to do with... I thought the Numa shit was unique to Fontaine. What is it for Mondstadt? Mondstadt has a huge theme of rich versus poor. But that's also what Inazuma and Sumeru was based on, basically. You can see like the people living in the rainforest as the very, you know, better off people versus the people in the desert who were like completely fucked over after Deshret ruined his own kingdom. And then Narukami and Watatsumi is also that situation because Watatsumi basically started a war with Narukami because they needed resources. And also because it seemed like Celestia was like, yeah, Orobashi, go die. Like, just go die. Yeah, Mondstadt has free versus oppressed. But that's like all over the game. Especially in Enkanomiya as well. She also talked about annihilation reactions. Wait, no, I did what? She did? So they've been talking about this since the very beginning? Or like they've been sprinkling this throughout and we just didn't notice? She didn't use that term though, but she like described an annihilation reaction. Interesting. Hoyo loves referencing themselves and talking about certain topics a lot, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Albedo Human Project, all they need is a perfect soul. Huisa is body ascent while Numa is spirit, aka breath of life. If someone finds the breath of life to fuse with a perfect body, they create the perfect being. That's that's interesting. I do wonder how this all connects to I'll have to watch that video of yours, Roos, because I'm gonna have to watch that. But that's an interesting concept. I want to know how this all links to alchemy, because this is all giving alchemical vibes. I'm so excited for Fontaine 2. Yeah, there's a lot of revolutionary references, like a lot, and we're only gonna get more of that. Yeah, they love throwing in tidbits to hint at future things. They do a good job of foreshadowing. And like framing their world and the stories as well that they tell in a very foreshadowing way. But anyway, let's keep going.
拿我们自己来说的话，原神的 IP 团队从无到有，自2018年以独立团队成立，写下《风之歌》以来，一直秉承着一种不变的信念。我们希望能为玩家献上一个足够壮大，让大家沉浸其中的崭新的幻想世界。希望能创作出并呈现一位位性格各异、特色鲜明的角色，让这个世界中的每一段旅途都充满趣味。我们希望旅行者们能够不断地邂逅新的故事和伙伴，与那些值得信赖的人们并肩展开冒险，去收获更多的快乐和回忆。我们原神 IP 团队从零开始，一步步构建出如今的世界观，今后也会继续在此基础上不断地去发展，力求进步，力求为大家献上更多优秀和感人的故事。旅行者的足迹勾勒地图的过程，实际上也是我们递交给玩家的一份份答卷。
Oh, how sentimental. The journey was the friends we made along the way.
提瓦特大陆上后续发生的故事都充满了期待。那么就请大家稍事休息， 那稍后呢，还会有场景美术和战斗设计师同学为我们带来枫丹场景生态。
All right, I'm interested about the ecology, the environment, the monsters. Well, all right, this is interesting so far. When do you guys think Arlecchino's gonna show up? Because Dottore showed up in Act 2, right? Of the Sumeru Archon quest, but he was only in there for a little bit, right? If I remember correctly. 4.8, oh god. Onion, what if they find a way to create life in Fontaine, and in Notlan they learn to restore it? That is blasphemous, and the heavenly principles are probably gonna yeet them if they do that. 4.1 is my guess, but we'll see. Yeah, that would make sense. Why does Nuvi feel like a villain? Yeah, he's kind of just like standing as like the overarching evilness. And Farina is just like, enjoy the show. And the Traveler's like, fuck you.
都说一方水土养一方人，在了解完枫丹的角色与剧情后啊，其实我对于枫丹的地图也非常的好奇，到底是什么样的
Oh, Dottore was Act 3? Oh, okay.
有趣的人物和故事。那么接下来啊，就请我们的场景美术
This is the pretty house.
为我们分享枫丹地区的地貌与生态吧。
旅行者们好，又和大家见面了。我是原神的场景美术阿哲，很荣幸能够为大家讲解枫丹这个新地区的。
They have fucking baguettes. Are those just props or is that actual bread?
我是水下战斗设计师林冰，今天也会着重为大家介绍枫丹地区的新怪物与新生物。
我想先问问阿泽啊，我们都知道在提瓦特啊，不同的地区都有自己独特的美。
It is like a Monet painting. It's beautiful.
呈现出哪种感觉呢？
我们在设计枫丹的时候，整体的美术气质是想表达清新、优雅、精致的感觉。我们也提供了多样化、丰富的视觉内容，其中最具特色也是投入精力最多的是板块抬升、人文建筑、水下生态这3部分。
这里的板块抬升是指什么呢？阿泽来给我们简单介绍一下吧。
其实啊，在我们第一次
It's real bread. I hope it
看到这个
is.
奇观了。在某种神秘力量的影响下，整个枫丹的板块都被抬升了起来，与提瓦特其他地区形成了巨大的落差。
A Frankenstein project, that would be
让我
interesting.
们的枫丹形成了这种连绵几千米高
300 meters high.
看起来非常壮观。
早听说过枫丹有一个瀑布啊，但没想到如此的巨大。
确实
That is pretty
这现象
big.
上也是有一些故事的，在这里就先不展开了。不过可以分享的是，制作这么巨大的瀑布，其实在我们的美术和技术上都给我们团队带来了非常大的挑战。我们也进行了很多尝试去克服这些问题。
哦，那这部分可以详细讲讲吗？
好的，比如板块抬升之后，枫丹和其他地区的海平面就不在同一个高度了。那么连接这些地区，它们之间的逻辑是需要更加
Yeah, we better get a lot of Hex and Zircle lore, like
瀑
soon.
布其实要做好是需要非常多的美术细节的，这些对性能都是一个极大的挑战。以及大家或多或少都知道，水的渲染层级问题一直是业内的一个技术挑战。
那这么高的瀑布啊，我们怎么上去呀？
那自然不会让旅行者们爬上去的。其实大家可以乘坐一种特殊的升降机。
Are we gonna be like Link in Breath of the Wild, where we just literally swim up the waterfall?
考虑得非常周全。
是的，所以我们也真诚的希望旅行者们能够喜欢。接下来我们一起来看一看枫丹的自然风貌和人文建筑吧。
哦，我正好也想了解这些呢。我们在做自然风貌与人文建筑设计的时候，是会去采风吗？还是会做一些有趣的研究吗？
是的，我们先聊聊自然风貌部分吧。在设计的时候，我们会从欧洲，特别是法国地区抓取一些灵感，比如在山体上吸收了部分阿尔卑斯山脉的特征，植被我们也寻找了很多当地特色的植被作为参考。不过这里不得不提一下，植被设计的时候对我们造成了一些困扰，因为枫丹的灵感来源是欧洲嘛。在蒙德的时候，其实我们已经做过类似的表达。由于地区相近，本身的植被生态呢也非常的相似，所以说如何做出枫丹特色。
And that would really make... Wait a minute, he just said they're not far from each other? Fontaine and Mondstadt? How fucking big is Fontaine? How big is it? I mean, that would make sense, right? Because both Mondstadt and Fontaine are heavily based on European countries, so it would make sense that they're near each other. But how big is Fontaine? Because it's near Sumeru. Oh my god, I'm missing a whole bunch of... Will there be a bunch of chests hidden behind the waterfall? Maybe. Speaking of the circle, just how powerful is Alice? Ooh, we're gonna table that conversation. We'll talk about that in a second, like after we're done watching the live stream. Yeah, because she's super powerful. Oh, she has a hexen note with her weapon? Interesting. There will be many tea parties. And yeah, someone said Alice in Wonderland. If there are plenty of tea parties, yes. Yes, Farina will be hosting tons. She is the Mad Hatter. But who is Alice? Are we Alice? Is Pymon Alice? On that note about Alice in Wonderland, because, you know, Alice falls through a hole right into Magic Wonderland thingy where it's very dreamlike and everything, and weird, wacky shit happens. You know the slime theory about, you know, that the slimes can predict, which it's been pretty accurate so far, right? It can predict kind of how the Archons will behave and what they do. I just think it's interesting that the hydro slimes can trap you in water bubbles, and bubbles have been used to represent dreamscapes. They were used to represent them in the last Golden Apple Archipelago, like Kazuha's Fischl's and Mona's thing in the little event page were represented as bubbles. So I'm wondering if she can, like, trap us in, like, domains of her own making. Or if she's, like, heavily involved with realms of consciousness. Proof child is Alice. What? The whole upper region of current Teyvat. God. They aren't. Based on what we know, I think the port we're missing for Mond will be on the Fontaine side. That would make sense. Whittles? I don't even want to think about the Hydroculus. I haven't even collected all the Dendroculus. Who is the caterpillar the artist told us about? I have no idea. Alice feels like a godlike being with what she is able to do. I mean, the Hexen Circle was literally going to declare war on a god, and you know what? I feel like they might have stood somewhat of a chance. But instead, they became frenzies, and now they work together, I guess. Teyvat is just Alice's Wonderland, and she's having fun blowing stuff up like her daughter. Chlorinde weapon is Iron Sting, tying to Parsifal's witch girlfriend. You mean the blue-eyed spear witch? Wait. Yeah, I'm rusty on that lore, but I'm pretty sure you're talking about the blue-eyed spear witch, right? Alice is also crazy nuts. I mean, she made Stormterror's lair more ruiny because it wasn't ruiny enough. And she also, like, launched Hilly Churls in the air. Does she not know they were once human? Like, does she ever feel, like, ethically bad about that? Probably not. Albedo calls Alice near omnipotent sorceress. Yeah, they're like... She has knowledge of other worlds. She can create islands. She can do all of this magic-y shit. She's really powerful. Also, I'm pretty sure all of the Hexen Circle members will be references to Istaroth. Kind of like Barbeloth. Barbeloth and Istaroth. Hee hee. I think she lacks some emotions. She does always seem, like, peppy. Never really sad. I don't think Alice has a concept of ethics. Yeah, she has no morals or ethics. She 1000% knows since she helped Edea hide during the Cataclysm. So here's... You know what? This is gonna be random and it's gonna sound very odd. But you guys know the story of Hades and Persephone, right? Like the myth. There's like a couple different versions of it, but you know the story, right? Of how Hades abducts Persephone, but they're actually kind of like... I think they actually kind of end up liking each other. And their relationship is actually one of the more healthy ones of the Greek pantheon. But yeah, he abducts her and, like, You know, forces her to marry her. Forces him to marry. Oh God. You know what I'm saying. Forces her to marry him. She eats like pomegranates in the underworld, and she's not supposed to like eat anything. So she then becomes tied to the underworld, and she can't really leave. So then her mother, Demeter, who I've talked about before, and we will talk about again, goes to like search for her, right? In one of the versions of the tales, she actually has help from Hecate. I think I'm saying that right. I pronounced it wrong in my in 1.5. I pronounced it like Hecate, though I think that is one way you can pronounce it. I don't know. But she's like a goddess of witches. And also I think her Roman cognate, or like Roman equivalent, is Trivia. And if you remember, Trivia was actually mentioned on Tsurumi Island because there was a Catalyst poem that was used on one of the murals, and it was referencing the moon. I say all of that to say, I do wonder if the Hexen Circle is going to be involved with finding the first Seelie and the Traveler from Afar. Because if you think also about Hades and Persephone, Hades is like, first of all, in some cases, Hades, Zeus, and Dionysus were worshipped as a trinity and like one god. He has associations that we'll explain with Dionysus. Like, I think he's compared to Dionysus all the time, just like Dionysus is compared to Osiris in Egyptian mythology. Persephone is also important, that I'm personally think, based on a lot of things. I know this isn't probably making any fucking sense. Probably not. But it's all going to be in videos, I promise. And we can even use what they just did in 3.8, because that also had very heavy vibes of the first Seelie. Like the play where it like explained Idia's story. That was so much like the Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies, if you noticed. Like, a lot. A bit of copium, but it makes sense. Don't worry, I'm gonna try to explain it in a way that's not really copium. Persephone being an older god than Hades and all the signs she was a death god before he was first thought up. Yeah. In the Dresden novels, Hades explains that Demeter was a controlling mother and Persephone was actually in love with Hades the whole time. See, that's also very relevant to Genshin because... Have you guys noticed how much they actually do the trope of mother or mother figure being shitty to a daughter that they've either adopted as one of their own or is just like straight up their own daughter? Example, Jet and Babel. An example from another Hoyoverse game, Honkai Star Rail, Cocolia and Bronya. And there's probably other examples as well. But they love doing that theme. And we're going to talk about that in a very special Sun and Moon episode. Just remember that. And also Wanderer. Yes, you can consider that as well. That's a very toxic mother-child relationship. And also Lilupar and her children, because she kind of like caused the demise of like even her own children. We keep coming back to referencing the Six Pygmy story in the game. Yeah. You know what? We're going to talk about all of that, and we're going to go through it at some point. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow too, since I feel like we're just going to do the rest of this live stream and then probably do everything else tomorrow. But 3.8 had a lot of interesting little brain nuggets to think about, especially like nods to Sleeping Beauty. Like a lot of nods to Sleeping Beauty, which is interesting because, again, that I feel like that ties back to the first Seelie. And that's also a story with a kind of shitty, well, she's not really a mother figure, but I do think the Sleeping Beauty thing has a lot to do with this first Seelie story. It's already tomorrow in my time. I'm sorry, like 16 hours from now or something. You're watching me from the future. Ooh. Yeah, the loom. Yeah, the loom. I have a feeling that the witches might exist to decode the Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies. If you recall what Nihida mentions, that story has its own allegory, which Irminsul seems to have erased something important. Yeah, that book is gonna be super important. Not kind of, she very much did, yeah. Hades judges dead souls, and doesn't bring them to the underworld. You're talking about Venti? Oh. Yeah, Hermes is, what do they call them? Psychopomps? That's like a term for gods or spirits or whatever, that fairy souls. So like, Charon is one, like Charon. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Hermes is also one. And there are others in different religions as well. Also, to add to the idea discussed, hurt people hurt people. In the case of A and the Wanderer, the neglect wasn't intended, but A was not emotionally in place to cope. Lilupar's husband turned on her. Yeah, her husband became a tyrant, which is why she did that. Which is why she did what she did, but it's still kind of fucked up for what she did, because she just caused so much pain. The traveler's finger is pricked by the loom of fate and needs a true love's kiss to wake up. I think that's going to be like the Pale Princess / who I think is actually the first Seelie. Because if you think about it, the first Seelie and the Traveler from Afar were both punished, right? With separation. So I wonder if one was like placed in heaven and the other one was placed in hell or on earth. Something to think about. No, well, well. Incest is a possibility that I've been considering. But I don't think it's gonna technically be incest. I have an argument to make. You will know in the special episode of Sun and Moon. Anyway. Yeah, no, I think they're gonna do something really interesting. But we'll see. Yeah, the continued Frankenstein energy to Wanderer and A is really is something, especially with how it places A as more of an XP to Dr. May, yeah, than Raiden May, which I like. Yeah, she's like a mixture of both in a way. And I like that. They'll be like, nah, they're step siblings. I mean, I'm actually going to make an argument. Y'all are going to cancel me after these last couple of videos because we're going to talk about fucking Nazis in the next video. We're going to talk about possibly incest, but not incest. It's going to be a fun time, though. Anyway, let's actually continue. That was a long tangent. I'm so sorry.
后来，项目组的同学经过研究和探索，最终从18世纪的一些欧洲油画里找到了灵感。其中一些大师的作品真是令人陶醉，那种朦胧唯美的感觉非常符合我们想要的美术表现。我们从中抓取了一些造型特征，使枫丹普通的雪松啊、闪松等植被变得更加优雅，具有枫丹特色。
所以说还是会从历史与艺术中获得灵感与沉淀呀。
确实，除了自然风貌，枫丹的人文建筑同样是一次非常大胆的尝试。
在我们的设定中，由于大洪水的灾难、多次的淹没和重建，让枫丹亭高墙巨垒，气势磅礴。用心的旅行者甚至可以发现，其实，在枫丹的海床上还遗留着部分被淹没的旧城遗迹。
All right, so I'm sorry, I'm gonna say this again. So I talk about parallels all the time, right? In the video after this next one, which is a sun and moon one, we're gonna talk about the parallels between, well, I guess we're gonna talk in the next one about Enkanomiya and Narukami, but I'm gonna talk about the desert and the rainforest. I explained it a little bit earlier, how you can think of the rainforest area as like Teyvat and the desert region as Khaenri'ah, because, you know, the desert is very much like Khaenri'ah. There's barely anything that grows, barely any life. It's very much like the Abyss. Meanwhile, the rainforest can be analogous to Teyvat, because Teyvat is full of life. It is the hub of life. Even the Wall of Samiel is like the firmament of Teyvat, because it protects the rainforest area from desertification. Did I say that right? Whatever, you know what I mean. So now we are presented with another city that has massive walls and is in danger of being submerged. It also has an underbelly, from what I've heard and seen. I'm going to tell you it's probably a parallel for Khaenri'ah. Just pay very attention to how they tell this story. That's all I meant. That's all I'm saying. The door to Khaenri'ah is literally in the desert. It is. Am I familiar with Pandora's box? Okay, wait. Pandora's the little girl that they duped into opening a box full of, like, what is it? Is it like hopes and dreams that are in the box or some shit? Or like all the evils in the world, and then the little girl releases it because she gets duped? Also, part of me is hoping for a third spider lily based on base flowers, since that's just funny. We have 2 of them already. True. The flowers are they're very pretty. Teyvat is technically full of artificial life. Well, Fontaine equals Belobog. I think Teyvat also equals Belobog. There's just so many, there's a lot of different ways that Hoyoverse tells us life tries to keep itself alive, obviously, and protects itself. Like Clipoth? Yeah, I think the preservation Eon, he's building a wall around the universe or whatever as well to prevent from some disaster. They love this trope and they use it so much. But I ask the question, how can that help us understand what's going on in Genshin? She wasn't a little girl. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of The Adventures of Billy and Mandy, if you remember that show. There was a Pandora in that, and she was a little girl. So many sunflowers in Fontaine, and then I remember sunflowers are used in real life to clean up nuclear disasters. I mean, that would make sense. Then this would be the perfect place to be for that. It had all the negative emotions, but also hope at the bottom to restrain them. Gotcha. Gotcha, she released all the negative shit. Okay. Maybe Pandora does have something to do with this. Maybe they'll use it at some point, that story. Okay, so yeah, this is what I'm talking about. The lively residential district and then the lower district that's poverty, characterized by poverty and disorder. Do you see like how we're getting another dichotomy of rich and poor? And I really do think this is supposed to represent Teyvat and the Abyss. And the people who probably live in the Abyss, like Khaenri'ah.
我们是以巴洛克建筑风格为基底，把水、齿轮、
They use the
发条
Baroque
等元素结合起来
style.
以 Art Deco 类艺术风格构
Art
建完
Deco
成。
style.
除主城之外呢，枫丹还有很多具有特色的区域，比如充满故事性、由大船构建完成的。
Eugenicist far-right Melusines? Oh my god. Is it ever mentioned that Fontaine... What is this? Wait, what is that? No, go back. What is this? Such as Poisson. They literally named a fucking place Fish? Are they gonna name a character fucking Bread? Like Baguette? Why do they do this? Wait, was that the steam bird? Wait, what great flood? Okay, I'm missing a lot. Hold on. I'm like missing a lot.
确实，除了自然风貌，枫丹的人文建筑同样是一次非常大胆的尝试。在我们的设计中，由于大洪水的灾难，多次的淹没。
Wait, why is this like this? Why did this appear? What have I done?
It's
been a minute. Whoa! What is going on? Welcome. Why is this playing? Why do I have this? Okay, technical difficulties aside. There we go.
气势磅礴，用心的旅行者甚至可以发现，其实，在枫丹的海床上还遗留着部分被淹没的旧城遗。
Okay, so there are parts of the city that have been submerged.
旧城遗迹啊，原来枫丹亭还有这么悠久的历史啊！
是啊，枫丹亭内既有。
When did this happen? Did it happen like 500 years ago, or are we talking like a long time ago?
是优雅的上城区，也有充满着生活气息的居民区，当然也有相对艰苦混搭的下城区。在整个主城的设计上，我们是以巴洛克建筑风格为基底，把水、
That's a pretty shop.
齿轮、发条等元素结合起来，以 Art
Is that okay? Is that a doll shop? I feel like I've seen this before in one of the teasers.
Deco 类艺术风格构建完成。除主城之外呢，枫丹还有很多具有特色的区域，比如充满故事性由。
It's built from a ship? Does that mean we're getting pirate shit, which means we're possibly getting Parsifal lore? Is this what that means? That is why they built the new Fontaine higher up. Makes sense. We go into Atlanta, y'all. Oh god, now you know where I live. Oh no. It sounds like floods have happened more than once, like in parts of the real world, where you keep building until stuff stops sinking. Oh yes, and Kaya's cool sexy pirate grandpa. Okay, yeah, so there were multiple floods, but like, he said great flood. Does that also, like, mean biblical great flood? Which would tie back to the origin story of Teyvat, which is before Sun and Moon, which had a Noah's Ark reference in it. When God flooded the world, because he was like, fuck all this shit, y'all are too sinful. So goodbye. I'm just gonna do it over. They named a box Buxo. Yeah, they did. I remember the Buxo box during the Three Realms Gateway event. They did do that. Poisson was also the name of a French mathematician and physicist. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. Thank you, Astrophysics. Maybe pre-Archon War or older. That would be interesting. When the Archon passed or something like that. So that would be 500 years ago. But again, I do wonder if it is pre-Archon War that it was submerged. Did I notice the big... Yeah, we're going to talk about the big Oceanid. We're going to talk about the Oceanids when we get to that, actually. Oh, yeah, and they fucking named something Mitoboru. Just meatball. I hate... Sometimes... Sometimes the localizations make me laugh. What's up, Stoic? How you doing? What's up, April? I am alive. I am back. Zolo, I read that as queso instead of quazo. I'm hungry. I need food. Palace of Palace. Oh yeah, that's the Alcazar's Array, right? That's the Alcazar's Array place. That's funny. Kaya will win. He's really a dragon in my honest opinion. Is he? Maybe. Yeah, the Palace of Alcazar's Array. Wait, okay. There are people here. So do they just live in this? Oh, so this is just like this is dead ass a town. In like some underwater, not underwater, but like in some cave. In Merusi Village, an adorable and mysterious village where even the chimneys bubble. And the underwater city that exudes an ambiance of melancholy beauty and tears. So we're getting more of that Roman-esque architecture. These little water thingies. Are we seeing anything that looks Enconomian related at all? So this giant Oceanid is like curling around the building. Obviously it's like not an actual Oceanid, right? It's like some sort of, I don't know what the fuck that is. But on the subject of the Oceanids, have you guys heard the idea that they might be related or might even be like at least used as a plot device or at least used for symbolism to represent Seelies? Because here's the thing, they're called fairies, right? I think in that book with the boy who has something to do in Springvale with the fairy that lives there, which is actually an Oceanid, and he calls it like a water fairy or something. Also, the Hydro Archon, the previous one I mean, she's got moon vibes, because did you see what they did with her, the goddess of flowers, and then Duca Devata in the desert? They like referred to them all as the three mothers of the divine bird Simurgh, right? If you guys remember this lore. It just all feels like a moon sister reference. I've talked about possible moon references with Duca Devata. The goddess of flowers, like, deadass definitely has moon connections because she's a fucking Seelie that danced with the moon sisters. And then the Hydro Archon also may have something to do with the moon as well. Because I was looking up the goddess of dew. Hebe? Magikarp, how do you pronounce that? Hebe? I think that's the name. Maybe. Or maybe I'm thinking of something else. But the goddess of dew, which the Hydro Archon seems to be affiliated with, like dew, and like morning dew, which is like water. That goddess was the daughter of the sun and the moon. I think Helios and Selene, who are respectively the sun and moon gods. I know my thoughts are scattered, but I guarantee you the previous Hydro Archon will have moon shit. Especially now that she's a tree. We're gonna get moon shit. I feel like I'm Mr. Crocker from Fairly Odd Parents that's obsessed about fairies, except I'm like, Seelies! The statue of 7 for Fontaine is very nice. I'm gonna have to look at it. We're getting Pymon lore, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna get moon lore. Melancholy equals Ruka, beauty equals Nabu, and tears equals... See, yeah, I think I was getting her mixed up, because that is the goddess of eternal youth, Hebe or whatever, who is like a cupbearer for the gods or something. She, like, is what gives the gods eternal youth, if I'm not mistaken. Something like that. I'm mixing her up with the goddess of dew. Yeah, and then there's the moon imagery with Lini. I already forgot how to pronounce his name. His trailer. Yeah, I've seen his promo. We're gonna watch it after this one, and then we're also gonna look at the IGN gameplay trailer that y'all keep telling me to watch, because that has the Statue of Seven stuff. Okay, so if that's maybe if that's the case, what happened to the Hydro Archon might be an allegory for the goddess of flowers, since she was the queen of the Oceanids. I think they're all allegories. I think the goddess of flowers, Duca Devata, and whatever the name of the previous Hydro Archon is, I think they're all going to be allegories. Maybe for the first Seelie, but I really do think for Istaroth. But we'll see. It is pronounced as Evie. Oh, interesting. Evie. I'm gonna have to remember that. You gotta hit the bed. All right, Lamia. Bye. And thank you for the super chat. Have a good night. Rest easy. Genshin is just troika dolls of stories with stories. Yeah, basically. It's just stories within stories within stories. All right, let's... Oh, the other thing I wanted to say about Oceanids. Their story is also very reminiscent, which is also why I think they are going to be an allegory for Seelies. It's very reminiscent of, again, the Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies. Because if you notice what they did in 3.8 with the play, Idia's story was framed a lot like what we're told about the Pale Princess and the Six Pygmies. There's a pale princess living in the moonlight forest with her people. And according to, well, at least by the chapter, because not all of them are fucking out, by the chapter titles, it seems like she's going to do something with some sort of light prince. And I need to show you 3.8 so I have visuals. I'm gonna find some footage of it so we can actually talk about it. But anyway, table that conversation.
忧郁凄美，散落着泪滴的水下之城。也许你在世界的某个地方还能见到这座温馨精致的庭院，一旁的向日葵会和你一起享受这份静谧的美好。
哎，我看今天咱们的布景啊，就是以这座枫丹庭院为原型的呀。
确实，在惊险刺激的探险之余，也存在着这样的地方可供旅行者小憩。
如果旅行者来到秘境，会发现很多此。
Okay, the reason I paused.
这样的地方可供旅行者小憩。
如果
What's this? So that's like really, that reminds me of the Enkanomiya statues a little bit. Just a little bit with the hooded figure. I wonder if these ruins were, well, they might have been that way to begin with, but I wonder if these were kind of repurposed, like if they built something over ruins. Oh, and I'm seeing these vases and these reliefs. I'm smelling Rome. I'm smelling Greco-Roman shit. It's just everywhere. Wait, hold on. New God? Yeah, I don't know what that is. It just looks so out of place to me. That's why I pointed it out. Amongst this like steampunk shit. Maybe I'm thinking too hard about it. Yeah, and the statues we saw with the center area, yeah, those match up with the Enkanomiya stuff too. Sunflowers face each other at night. I wonder if they're going to do that in game. That would be interesting. It's like an Art Deco version of the Enka statues. Yeah, but it's interesting that it isn't missing a face. Yeah, or parts. It's so strange to me. And it's like holding a sword? Or a scale? You know what? Hold up, y'all. Hold up. Okay. Joan of Arc. I'm only bringing her up because the way... Oh, never mind. I'm like fucking... I thought I had seen a picture of her holding her sword in the same way the statue is. Maybe not. All right, Copium. Just X that out of your brain. But we're going to be talking about this lady. We're going to be talking about her.
会发现很多齿轮发条在转动，仿佛进入了一个精密器械的内部。
哎，阿泽多次聊了很多齿轮啊、机械啊之类的内容。
Yeah, the juxtaposition of the gears and ancient architecture is interesting.
之前的前瞻节目中也有看到过一些机械卫兵。
确实，旅行者们在枫丹各处漫步的。
Hi Freya, long time no
遇到一
see.
些有着精密结构的机械装置，它们由枫丹人制造，用于进行生产和守卫的工作。这些机械装置统称为发条机关，每一种都是为了特定的工作而设计的。除了大伟哥刚刚提到的为了警戒和防卫而专门设计的机械卫兵，他们有的还可以海底勘探，有的可以环境侦察，有的可以挖掘采集。面对普通的枫丹公民时，发条机关
Those are interesting
程序进行工作。而一旦附近的生物干扰了工作的正常进行，他们就会尝试进行驱逐。
对，他们还是由蛮荒能量驱动的，是这个吧？
确实。
So Numusia energy.
枫丹人会利用蛮荒能量与绿常混能这两种特殊能源来维持很多体系的运作，其中荒芒湮灭能量模块会用在发条机关上。
Okay.
是发条机关利用中继器从枫丹的环境中提炼荒性与芒性产生能量。所以在枫丹之外的区域，他们就只能通过预先准备的。
Okay, so these energies are in Fontaine's air, right? Well, I say air. In its environment. I wonder if this is like a remnant of the cataclysm, and that's why it exists here. This is like their special little cataclysm shit that affected the region. Maybe. But then again, why are all the characters aligned with one or the other? And also, if they're facing an energy crisis... Also, is it dangerous? Is Numusia energy dangerous? It kind of fucking seems like it is. Like, it's just like a nuclear bomb waiting to happen. Did anybody else get those vibes? But my point with mentioning their energy crisis is the Numa and Usia energy in the environment dwindling? And maybe that's why... Maybe they have to put on more spectacles in the courtroom since they can produce more indemnitum to power things. And that's maybe why things are... They're harvesting shit from the people instead. Kind of like how the academia was harvesting dreams. I don't know, y'all. Chernobyl representation. I mean... Only dangerous if it reacts with the opposite energy, I think. But I think the whole thing was to create an annihilation reaction, right? That's how they get the energy from it. It's like matter, antimatter. Okay. Just Rule 34 Hilly Churls has more content. Oh my god. Maybe that energy is going to make the traveler weak. That would be interesting. Yeah, it's kind of like nuclear... radiation. Maybe the united civilization that holds each type of artifact. Excuse me. Enconomia holds the cup, while in Fontaine, the ruin holds a plume or feather. That would be interesting. Yeah, just weird. It's weird, just like the more people believe in a thing, it gives it more power. Yeah, this world seems to be very based on memories and people's hopes and dreams and faith giving things power. And like, just in general imagination, which is interesting because there's that whole thing with the imaginary tree and imaginary energy and such. Hello. Leia, I know I didn't pronounce that right, but hi, welcome to the stream. Anyway.
的能量块进行短程短时的行动了。
很有意思的设计啊！ 枫丹人制作发条机关还有什么特殊的用途吗？
本来是没有的，纯粹的工作属性就是发条机关的价值。然而，总有顶尖机械制造师不满足于止步于此，他们希望赋予这些机器艺术的价值。戈培利亚和科培留斯这2台表演用的舞蹈机器人便诞生了。
Copelia and Coppelius. Do those names have any significance? I'm sure they do.
不过，机械师梅亚德在接手后，又将他们改造成了战斗用机器人。
Isn't that a bird? A Maillard or whatever the fuck it's called.
战斗用机器人，现在帮助机。
Isn't that dude's name the name of a bird? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a fucking bird. I don't fucking know. Or some kind of animal. Someone mentioned Seeley's rule. Oh my gosh. From what I have read, is that everything is based on a single universe and not multiverses. Versus. Interesting. A Maillard reaction. Oh, interesting. Okay. Hi, Kaz. You're getting theories soon. Welcome back to the stream. The imaginary tree is not a literal tree, but a way to help us visualize it. Yeah. Kind of like how Irminsul, in some cases, has been described as like a tree in quotation marks. Like it's not an actual tree, but it's something else. It's a weird fucking tree. Chance Teyvat is dream-based domains stacked on each other. I mean, yeah. I mean, that would kind of be kind of what they may have been telling us with the Sumeru Archon quest, right? With, you remember when the Traveler, they were in the Samsar and Pymon was waiting for the Traveler? The Traveler went outside of the city and ended up, like, seeing a whole bunch of dreams and stuff. Maybe that's how Teyvat is. It's a ballet. Oh. I'll have to look it up. I'm gonna have to look all of this up. It's a Bailey-based story. Oh, it's a Bailey ballet. Good lord. Based on the Sandman story. That's interesting. Yeah, when he went outside the host dream. Or when they went outside the host dream. Speaking of the Traveler, how strong do we think the Traveler is right now, like percentage-wise? I think he's halfway to full power at this point. Well, not even halfway, a little bit more than that. Because we're almost done with the regions, right? Like, all we have to get is, after Hydro, Pyro, and then Cryo, and then probably whatever the Abyss sibling and Dainsliff have. And then, of course, our light element. So yeah, that's like 4 things that we need to get. So we're halfway there. Marco Meatball talks about Copelia in a video from a week ago. I'll have to watch it. The Traveler is as strong as the plot requires him to be. I mean, yeah. So many things to research.
机械师梅亚德在接手后，又将他们改造成了战斗用机器人。现在，帮助机械师收集战斗数据成为了他们的主要功能。那在设计的过程中，我们参考了欧洲中世纪的舞蹈，结合花样滑冰的动作。
They based it on medieval dances to create an ice swing suite. I actually really like this because the designs are super cool and it's an interesting boss fight.
可能还是水下生态，毕竟是全新的领域嘛。阿泽和我们聊聊水下的设计呗。
玩家初次到达的水下其实是浅海区域，曾经这里并不是海，因为海平面的上升淹没了这些区域。细心的观察会发现，很多地方还保留了陆地和人文的痕迹。由于大家是第一次在提瓦特潜水，为了让大家能够在水下过渡更加舒适，所以我们在视觉设计上也做了相对清淡明快一些。造型和色彩上也相对概括收敛。
Yeah, they did a really good job on the underwater areas because they look really pretty. Hold up. Hold up. Okay, so I saw something similar to what just popped up on the screen earlier. Like the little hydro thing. This thingy. Is that a new Hydro Eidolon, but they already have crabs, but I guess this is a hermit crab. Whatever it is fucking cute. Yeah, the underwater life is so cute. It's so, yeah, it looks like a new form of a Hydro Eidolon. Am I saying that right? Maybe, maybe not. I'll see. Okay.
设计是以简约清新的色块构成，线条上则运用了很多曲线柔美的感觉。哦，对了，我们还做了色彩。
It does seem friendly.
鱼群、水母等海洋生物会在玩家游玩过程中伴随着它。
除了基础的水下生态，
Aww.
水下那些怪物是不是也是这个？
They're all so cute.
尽管枫丹的水下怪物原型都是基于现实世界中存在的海洋生物，我们在设计的时候呢，也竭力削弱其与深海恐怖的关联。那最后所呈现出来的呢，便是远海异种这一族群。族群中会有一些佼佼者。
Okay, so these are the things that we get powers from underwater, right?
元素力会被激活，使其可以使用元素。
Oh my god, they're so good.
不过，水下的远海异种们比较喜欢祥和安逸的氛围，不会远远的就对旅行者展开追击。但如果旅行者惊扰了他们，他们动起手来也绝对不含糊。这样的一个族群也会有一些凶猛的大家伙。在 4.0 版本，旅行者们将有机会在某个洞穴的深处见到远海异种进化到最终。
I'm guessing we're gonna need to farm this dude for
看他的身形
Liney.
威猛呀，背后好像还有一个小火山，和刚才看到的这种远海异种在外形上差别很大。
确实，铁甲熔火帝王的性格暴躁易怒，攻击。
Wait, First Flood era?
身形十分威猛呀，背后好像还有一个小火山。
Okay, Rena, you were saying that earlier that there were multiple floods. I need to know more about these floods. Because I guarantee you we're probably gonna get primordial lore. If we get, like, I'm hoping we get another civilization like Enkanomiya in that there are shades that we can talk to. Or like something. Right? Because we didn't get that in Sumeru, which was very unfortunate. So I would like something like that. Because, like, the chasm was just unpopulated. Like, everybody was dead and there were no shades. The name card mentioned it. An ancient ruler of the Fontaine aberrance that lives in the caverns, it is said to have witnessed the seas of Fontaine before the first Diluvian period. So, okay, I know antediluvian means old, so Diluvian must be new. So then this thing must have existed, like, for forever. Yeah, we're gonna get some Primordial 1 lore. I hope so, at least. Interesting.
的一个族群也会有一些凶猛的大家伙。在 4.0 版本，旅行者们将有机会在某个洞穴的深处见到远海异种进化到最终形态的霸主铁甲。
Diluvial means related to the flood, so antediluvian means pre-flood. Okay, great. Okay, bye, Roosevelt. Thanks for joining the stream. Thanks for listening for as long as you did. Can be deduced all the way until the second flood periods I've decided to call the previous incident that flooded the courtyard the first flood period so as to better separate the two. Okay, interesting. Oh, this is gonna fucking... Oh, the timeline. I can already tell is gonna be... It's gonna be a fun one to go through. Yes, everybody say goodbye. Wish her a happy evening. So let's say we have 2 Diluvian periods, the one we're starting now and the one that sunk the previous city of Fontaine. I guarantee you there's going to be at least 4. Because if you remember, Genshin loves the rule of 3. Hoyoverse loves the rule of 3. You got to do things 3 times and then a 4th time to get it right. So I guarantee you there's probably going to be 4. That's at least my guess. But there could be more or less, it depends. I don't know. All the flooding talk in the chasm too, speaking of, with the fossils in there. Oh yeah, because they found like marine fossils. Yeah, Rue reference. We've been getting a lot of Rule of 3 references. Because like, I'm pretty sure we're on the 4th Samsara. Like in the grand scheme of things. Like if you consider when the primordial one arrived and the dragons were ruling as like the first Samsara, then when the second who came arrived as the second... Okay, wait, hold on. All right, first Samsara or first cycle of the world is when the dragons ruled, and it was ended by the primordial one's arrival and the war between it and the dragons. Or I should say them and the dragons, not it. So then the second period begins where the primordial one shapes the world. Well, I shouldn't say create because there was already a world there, but just kind of like shapes stuff. Creates humans. Everything's great. That was ended by the second who came's arrival. And then the Archon War presumably happened after that. Then we have an entire period that is ruled over by Archons and stuff, right? That ends when the Cataclysm hits. So that's number 3. And now we're post-Cataclysm, so this is number 4. At least that's how I like to think about it. Maybe that's wrong. Do you think this boss could be related to Natlan? Speaking of Natlan, I mean, maybe it is. I don't know. But I hope we see some fucking NPCs from Natlan. Like people that were exiled from Natlan. Because Vanessa's tribe was. So I'm assuming there may be other people who were exiled. Meaning we should see more NPCs. Right? 4th is not good is aka bad luck or bad number for Chinese. Oh god. Oh yeah, because 4 is also like death in Japanese as well. We're missing too much information. But from what I've seen and read, I feel like everything is going to fall perfectly in place. Same. Champ, great. I'm a big fan. Great. The names being too similar caused Jacob to input the wrong data tail end. Renee's investigation notes. I'm going to have to go back through those. It was during the Dragon War that the Abyss came to be because the Dragon King used that power to try and win against the Primordial One. Yeah, that's when it first presumably, like, came into the world. Because I'm assuming the Primordial One did not bring any of the forbidden knowledge into the world. Right? Yeah, I really hope. We have so little information on Natlan. If we don't get anything, I'm gonna be pissed. And I mean, like, in this first release of Fontaine, like this first patch. Like, give us Natlan lore, please. All right, let's continue. I'm sorry, we had another tangent. Yeah, the forbidden knowledge already existed into that. But it didn't seem like it was much of a problem until the Dragon King kind of brought it in with whoever he was working with, if anyone. Or I should say they.
看来又是一位有实力的对手呢。我听说在枫丹啊，还有许多有意思的小动物可以和旅行者互动。
确实，这也是枫丹与众不同的地方之一。我们设计小动物的时候，参考了现实生物的性格与外观，同时又加入了一些幻想要素，让他们在提瓦特的世界里活灵。
I like this. Wait, let me read your comment. If the inhabitants of Fontaine regularly use a lot of puppets and that the technology used to create these puppets comes from Conria, it could be dangerous for the nation of Fontaine. Yeah. Because whatever Conria was doing, Celestia didn't like that. And I have no idea what they were doing.
活现了起来，比如会在旅行者面前悠悠海獭，好奇心旺。
看来又是一位有实力的对手呢。我听说在枫丹啊，还有许多有意思的小动物可以和旅行者互动。
确实，这也是枫丹与众不同的地方之一。我们设计小动物的时候，参考了现实生物的性格与外观，同时又加入了一些幻想要素， 让他们在提瓦特的世界里活灵活现了起来。
Oh my god. They're so fucking cute. And he's playing with a shell. He kind of reminds me of Oshawott, the Pokemon Oshawott. Y'all know? Also known as Mijumaru in Japanese. And they do kind of look like Nouvelette. Yeah, what the fuck they do. They even have like the same strands here. Is he a fucking otter? Okay.
会在旅行者面前做贝壳表演的悠悠海獭，好奇心旺盛的鱼鸥，摇摆。
I like the. This is hilarious. I love this design.
散雀等等，相信他们能够为大家在枫丹的旅途中增添不少趣味与欢乐。
大自然的生命力是无限的。
Yeah, maybe he's an otter instead.
好的，两位同学的分享可以说是干货满满，让我对枫丹的场景与生态都有了更加清晰的感受。团队一些研发过程中的思考也很有意思。那其实我知道4.0版本还有很多。
The question is then, who sealed the forbidden knowledge? Or was the forbidden knowledge the original knowledge of Teyvat? I'm gonna have to make a video about Teyvat itself, like the world. And if it's an ocean world. Okay, actually on that note, slight tangent. You know how there's been this theory that Teyvat is actually underwater? Or like underground, and it's like upside down and underwater? Have y'all heard this idea? Yes, no, maybe so. Well, and that's like, yeah, it's a pretty old theory, and well, I think it has a lot of credibility. Because, you know, the dragons are based on a lot of sea creatures. The Seelie also are as well. Don't you think it's really funny that Honkai's Star Rail had a huge patch about the Vidyara, which are dragon-like people, and their original planet was an ocean world. And they lived in the ocean. They had to leave because they lost the power of the little, I think he's an Eon, Long? Yeah, I think he's an Eon that ended up dying. And they like lost the power of their Eon. So they had to leave because everything started attacking them. I cough a lot, sir. I'm getting over a sickness. Chinese dragons are associated with water. Mm-hmm. Isn't Ajdaha also, like, doesn't that mean, isn't that associated with water? I think the mythology he comes from, is it Iranian mythology? Am I getting that right? Oh, I don't know. But I think it's very interesting that they just did that. So it makes me wonder if, also, if you remember didn't Honkai Impact have like this city that's actually in the Mariana Trench? If I'm not mistaken, that was from one of their recent patches. Honkai people, help me out. I don't know, but I feel like it's very... And also the Elysian Realm, which has a lot of fucking parallels to that. Wasn't that also underground? I don't know, I just feel like we're getting a lot of hints. Like a lot of hints. My current theory right now is that an Outlander came to Teyvat, which was originally kind of maybe like an oceany world. Somehow reformed it. I don't fucking know. Made friends with the Sealies. I don't fucking know, y'all. I'm just spitting crack. Ignore me. This will be organized one day. It was the last remaining city from the previous era. That's really interesting. Especially if the world was originally a fucking ocean world before the primordial one came. A lot of people think the arty girl is the primordial one. Wait, who? Rivers are long and twisting like dragons. Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention. If you look at Before Sun and Moon, which actually, we're going to do this right now. We're going to do this right now. Before Sun and Moon. When the primordial one is creating the world, it mentions what they create, right? So they create heaven and earth and separate heaven and earth, right? The mountains and rivers were made, and the seas and oceans accepted those who rebelled and those who would not kneel. Notice how it doesn't say that the seas and oceans were created, meaning they may have already been there. And also, if the primordial one had to create the sun and the 3 moons, that would imply this world didn't really have a sun or a moon, which also suggests it might have been underground or possibly underwater. Yeah, the seas and oceans already existed. At least that's how I'm interpreting this. Griseo. Oh, yeah, her. Yeah, she's sus. She's really sus, I'm just gonna say. Alright, anyway. Alright, let's skip this fucking thing.
是波波带领大家提前探索一番。
好，各位旅行者们好，我是关卡设计师波波。
So the Dark Sea is the original Teyvat? Possibly. In the beginning, God moved across the face of the waters. Yeah. So the waters in the primordial ocean was like a thing before, you know. Yeah. The Christian creation story. And we all know that this game is heavily based on the Abrahamic faiths, specifically Gnosticism. And Gnosticism is a sect of Christianity.
我看到枫丹亭的规模啊，似乎相当大啊。那在这么大的城市里啊，有没有什么有趣的地方可以分享给大家呢？
哎，说到有趣的地方啊，可能大伟哥会和我一样喜欢枫丹。
The newest Hersher in Honkai Impact 3rd is Sela, Hersher of Rebirth, which is very ocean themed. Interesting. Oh, speaking, excuse me. Speaking of Rebirth, are we gonna get themes of that? Because remember the fountains, like that weird upside down fountain with the magic water that kind of made the Abyss people feel better? Are we gonna get more of these in Fontaine? Oh, another thing also, a comment on the Bishops and the Baptismal Bishops. Before I forget, back to Before Sun and Moon. So in the experimental records that, Orobashi was doing with the Enkanomians and like overseeing all the experiments and shit. Oh, I need the Byakuya Koku collection. It mentions that the bishops are impure. Like all of the other elements are impure except for hydro. Why is the pure version of them hydro? Again, Teyvat is actually a water world. Wait, hold on. Let me find it so I can actually back up what the fuck I'm saying. Yeah, it's when they talk about the dragon sovereign of water. I think. I promise I'll find it. I'm sure somebody's probably already seen it before me. Oh, wait, no, it's not in this. Is it like in the description for the baptismal bishops? It's on screen. I'm blind. Help me. Help me. Wait, it might be, the line that I'm thinking of might be in the baptismal bishop explanations. Wait. I'm gonna fucking find this. I'm sorry. I'm annoyed now. Okay, yeah. Here we go. They evolved in this manner, but they've lost their purity. Bottom of the paragraph I just highlighted. Okay, so it was there. Whatever. You saw it. You fucking saw it. Right now I'm blind. And I literally cannot see it. But you get what I'm talking about, right? Was it explained to us why focalors has different colored pupils? No, I don't think that was ever explained. At least not yet. So Primordial One just put a dome over the earth, making the firmament, and because of that, he had to make the sun and moons. And the stars, which are tied to people's fates and are also fixed in a certain position, which is really weird. If you guys remember Yoimiya's second story quest that basically explained that. Alright, back to the fucking special program. D's nuts. Didn't they say somewhere in the game that the element of hydro is different from the water in Teyvat? Yeah, it's like, it's different. And it's also toxic. I'm pretty sure.
听起来像是生产各种枫丹特产工艺品的店铺。
哎，是的。
Yeah, the stars are a lie. The stars, the sky. It's all a gigantic hoax, a lie. I want one of these toys. Does that mean we're gonna get a toy of chlorine? I hope so. Yeah, you can't drink a hydro slime. Yeah, and it's strange that Pymon loves to eat toxic elements.
他这工坊老板利福啊，认为这是一个非常好的枫丹文化符号，所以想将其制成玩具啊，并发扬光大。只可惜决斗代理人啊，并非是我们日常就能见到的角色，所以啊，发条工坊的店员们需要一些我们的帮助啊，来提供参考。
而既然是连本地人都不常见到的人物。
Yeah, like, okay, so you believe that Teyvat was built of the twins destroyed homeworld? Like, this land is only half burnt, so parts of the arc on top of them. Yeah, so, like, what if the surface of the planet that this is taking place on, assuming everything is real, right? Like, what if the surface of the planet was destroyed by whatever the Honkai is in this universe? So, Honkai Impact Third's world has Honkai, and then fucking Star Rail has Nanook, right? And the other fucking eons that fuck shit up. So, like, what if the surface of the planet was destroyed so they had to go underground to create I don't fucking know, y'all. I don't know. Yeah, the slimes do lose some of their toxicity after you cook them. Do you think there was a different sun and moon that Apep knew of? Because Apep said something about being older than time's creation. So maybe before Istaroth was born? That's what it sounds like. I mean, if she was around when the Primordial One first arrived, then yeah, she does predate Istaroth, because Istaroth is a shade, and the Primordial One created the shades, at least from what it sounds like, when he got to Teyvat. So he was already in the world. So are you saying... So you are saying the story we are experiencing now is after a Honkai Impact? I have no idea. But maybe. And if this world is like based on memory somehow, then I think the forbidden knowledge is the memory of death. Kind of like what the R&R said, which is why it's so toxic. Because if you remember that you died, it's going to start killing everything, right? I don't fucking know, y'all. These are just silly ideas.
感觉这个任务应该不简单呀。那我们具体都要怎么去帮忙呢？
在本次奇书巧悟前哨战的活动中啊，为了展现出决斗代理人级别的本领啊，我们需要帮忙进行3个实验，来让发条。
Oh yeah, because that is now that I think about it. Oh goodness, Rena, what you're saying, isn't that how, like Hebrew mythos? I shouldn't say mythos. Hebrew theology is, right? Like there's the world, and then there's the firmament, and then there's the waters around the world. So that supports even more that this shit is like under the sea. I wonder if the Primordial One fought the dragons during the arrival, or was there other things that took place before that? I have no idea. I mean, clearly there's history before the Primordial One arrived, right? Because, like, the dragons were... they existed. But I'm also confused because... Before Sun and Moon also says that once the Primordial One arrived, the world was remade. Then the Primordial One did war with the dragons. So I don't know what the fuck that means. But anyway.
工坊的店员们收集制作玩具所需要的冒险数据，那作为回报呢，他们会奖励我们蜜铜发条活动代币，来换取相应的物资作为报酬。第一个实验是跑酷玩法，湍流急行冲锋赛。在枫丹地区啊，我们有着广阔的水下区域，旅行者在水下可以通过湍流水环进行急速冲刺，同时需要躲避水下的各种障碍完成关卡的挑战。
Ooh, he flying through the water.
可以沿途欣赏到水下丰富多彩的景色。第二个实验是挑战玩法，效能模拟实战环。在这个实验中啊，旅行者需要在枫丹的野外与敌人进行对战，其中就不乏有一些具备枫丹特色的发条机关。希望在战斗的过程中，旅行者们能够体验到乐趣同时进一步了解枫丹的生态。
Oh, those are kind of like roly-polies.
玩法，跃动节拍响应法。旅行者们需要通过操作。
I'm sorry, did that say Dance Dance Revolution?
音乐的节拍。 在恰当的时机进行攻击
Or something that was a play on of that?
从而获取积分，领取奖励。
I wonder if they were friends at first, maybe. The Archons don't seem to be that hostile. They want to make friends with the dragons. Meanwhile, the dragons are like, fuck you, you took over our world.
作为蒙德的冒险家，又是怎么和枫丹的玩具扯上关系的呢？这就等待各位旅行者通过玩具战争态势图开启活动剧情来了解了。
我懂，想卖个关子，对吧？那么在4.0版本中啊
Kind of off topic, but do you think that by the end of Fontaine something could happen to Pymon? Maybe. I'm not sure why, but I feel like something might happen with Pymon in Fontaine. I hope we get Pymon lore, because we just have gotten nothing. Alright, let me rant for a second. I'm sorry. I am upset at the lack of Pymon lore. I mean, Sumeru kind of gave us nuggets, right? But it just kind of low-key confirmed what the community already thought, which is Pymon is definitely related to the moon and the Sealies. Like, that was heavily implied in Sumeru, but we need more. We need more. Oh, also Bennett lore. That will be Notlon lore too, because wasn't he like just randomly found somewhere in some domain? And he has like the same eyes as Eonsen. Yeah. I hope that's not a copium dream. I want the Notlon lore. Wei made a nice Pymon video recently. I'll have to look at it. Queen, I've been thinking, what if Pymon is afraid of the ocean and won't go near it? It's very interesting that she can't swim. I have many thoughts on that. She can't swim, but we found her in water. Her demon name is also tied to fish because she has control over fish. And also, if you think about it, that means she probably has connections to whoever the fuck Fischl is, because Fischl's name means little fish, and I feel like that's very intentional. But we'll just have to watch and wait. Wait and watch. Yeah, Sumeru gave us nuggets, but also kept disproving stuff. Yeah, she has all these Seelie ties but knows so little about music, but she likes to sing. She does like to sing. It is strange, though. You know what my other thought is about Pymon? She's the Genesis Pearl. That's what I've been playing around with. We're probably going to talk more about that tomorrow because we're going to go over the 3.8 stuff. But yeah, we're going to expand on that tomorrow. But yeah, I've been like wondering, is she kind of the Genesis Pearl that was being sought out? And funnily enough, that could also still support her being like possibly a moon sister, and I'll explain why. With again, stuff from 3.8. But anyway.
界面呢，我们可以标注出目标物的附集点位，在到达推荐点位附近的时候啊，小地图上还会有显示提醒，帮助对枫丹还不熟悉的旅行者们来顺利完成挑战。
哎，听起来啊，这个活动对我们探索枫丹区域很有帮助呀。
哎，没错。那除了博物通志
All right, we don't have that much left.
还有一个拍照活动，光影研学，以你
Oh god, a photography event.
帮助大家快速了解枫丹。旅行者们需要根据任务提示拍摄指定的枫丹景观。
Okay, is that... Maybe I missed it. Did they talk about this? Hunter's Ray. Like, why is this all watery, but these aren't? Like, what is this?
我来完成委托。
Is it an Eidolon? Is it not? Hoyo Gitverse, give us a Pymon gadget. She is the Pymon gadget. She's always with us. Changing time and shit. All are round and pale. Pymon, pearls, and the moon. Also, on that note, the Aranara, during the quest, if you noticed, they compared the moon to a pearl. So I really do feel like it has some moon vibes. Also, if you think about what it's called, the Genesis Pearl, which Genesis means creation of the world, right? Because from a biblical standpoint, and like the beginning and stuff like that. If we think about the primordial one and its shades, which may or may not be some unknown sun shade, and then possibly the three moon sisters, I feel like the Genesis Pearl does have something to do with them. The child of the Seelie and the Outlander, maybe. He makes a good parallel between Asimon and Pymon. When I feel like I watched this, Asimon is the big, yeah, it's one of those things that opens the gates to Deshret. That's like a Ben thing, but it's the big one. And Pymon is the one that will open the gate to heaven, of the heavens. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like she's going to be a lot like Ben. Pymon was supposed to have a staff. Oh yeah, I've seen that art. You can copy blue animal powers to fight underwater. So that's all they are. Like just little blue thingies that we can steal powers from. I mean, okay. I'm fine with that. Anyway.
对枫丹还不太熟悉，暂时找不到需要记录的事物，也可以前往活动界面上的推荐的地方去寻找哦。
好耶，是我最喜欢的拍照活动了。
除此之外呢，4.0版本我们还会有一个战斗挑战活动，叫岛刃破决。这个活动当中呢，除了常规的战斗手段，每一个关卡还会有独特的岛刃虚景机制。旅行者们可以灵活运用岛刃虚景，来有效的降低战斗的难度，战胜眼前的敌人。
另外啊，活动还有着多种难度可以供旅行者们挑战。那对自身实力有自信的
Okay, some more fighting
尝试挑战
stuff.
更高的难度。另外啊，在 4.0 版本中，我们还会再次开启地脉遗勇活动。旅行者们
If we get mounts, I'm hoping for a Dvalin or Mooncarver. Yes. Give me a Durin mount. I would love that.
是的，我个人和旅行者们
If Pymon was not so scared of combat with her time powers, she would be pretty OP. Yeah.
带来一个好消息，那就是在 4.0 版本
Genesis could also mean the beginning or the first, so the Genesis Pearl might mean first moon, which could also be a reference to the first Sealy. Just a thought. Yeah.
而且因为考虑到啊，刚进入提瓦特不久的旅行者们在培养枫丹角色的时候，可能比较难以获得对应的素材，所以在旅行者们领取灵力特时，还会同时获得突破它1阶段所需要的材料，这便于我们前期培养角色使用。太好了，能直接获得一些到枫丹才能采集到的素材。哎，是的，这样一来啊，喜欢灵力特的旅行者们就可以更快的将它编入队伍了。说到角色啊，4.0 版本中还会有全新的角色装备带给大家。此次啊，我们总共推出了12把全新武器。
12? What the fuck? I didn't know it was 12. I knew there were battle pass. There was battle pass stuff. Oh, right, forgeable weapons. Wait, isn't this the first time we've gotten like a battle pass update for weapons in like the longest fucking time? That means more lore. They are very pretty. This is very nice, giving us a free Teyvat. Oh my god. Yeah, it's like the first one in forever. If I remember correctly, Hoyo said that the story of Teyvat will take 5 years to complete. We are in the 4th year so far? Wait a fucking minute. So does that mean they plan on wrapping shit up next year? No way. There's too much. And then COVID delayed everything. But then you said that they're gonna expedite Fontaine. Every bit of Genshin lore is enough to fall in the rabbit hole of myths, legend, history, theology, to end up in the last page. Yep. That's how my laptop's looking. There's just a shit ton of tabs open. Good night, Focalors. Have a good night. Everybody say good night. Sleep well. And the name of this set is Primordial Waters. We won. We won. We're getting Primordial lore when this drops. We're getting fucking Primordial 1 lore. Wait, Bennett's new best in slot is the pipe? That is hilarious. I'm gonna have to look at the weapons. Yeah, I don't think they'll rush out the rest of the nations. At least I hope they don't. Oh, you know Genshin Impact 2 is gonna fucking come out. Like the spiritual successor to this. Who knows? Yeah, because Honkai Impact 3 didn't end. We're moving on to part 2. You know what? On that note... Sorry, I keep going into tangents. But I really hope they kind of redo Honkai Impact 3rd so I can actually want to play it. Because, like, as it is right now, I'm not that interested. Also, the translations that I've seen for, like, the English localization is pretty wacky sometimes. So I hope, like, they go through and, like, refurbish everything. That would be really cool. Yes, no, maybe so. Maybe I'm alone on that. Yeah, the Teyvat chapter will end, but there will be more than that, yeah. Do you think we'll get any information about the Dark Sea during Fontaine's chapter? Yes, I do. More than likely. At least I hope. But yeah, I do think we will. The translations are so much better with the current stuff. I love that they read it. Yeah, like I tried going through the early chapters again to refresh myself. So I was like watching the cutscenes on 2x speed. I'm sorry, it was hard. It was very hard to get through. But I'm glad they've improved stuff. I think 5 years was before it hit so well, and they expanded everything. Like, Inazuma is 3 times bigger than it was in the plans. Oh. I hope we go to space, and I hope we go to Star Rail and figure out how the fuck they got the glider. Like, how did Herta get the glider in her space station as a curio? I want a Genshin game with the Abyss sibling during their travels, or the twins with their original powers. That would be fun. I feel like we're going to get the twins with their original powers at the end, and I swear to God, if it's only for like a couple of like fights, I'm gonna be upset. I hope when we get to Celestia, we have full access to our light powers. If we don't, I'm gonna riot. Isn't Kylus the son of Ether? Yeah, which is funny because Star Rail came after Genshin, so it's like they're the spiritual successor. It is, or like, you know what I mean. It's cute. Not necessarily the spiritual successor, but like the game after. It's adorable. It's an adorable little thing. They have the original powers by the end. It's a Hoyo classic. I mean, we don't know when we're going to Conria, right? Because it could happen at any point. And I'm wondering if it's going to happen, like, before Snezhnaya. I don't know. But at least after Snezhnaya, we should get light powers. I hope. Because then we'll have all 7 elements, right? He better be, like, an OP... Like, Ether and Lumine better be OP 5-star units. Like, just be OP. I don't even care if they, like, do something like what they're doing with Star Rail. Like the Imbibitor Lune, which is, oh god, I shouldn't spoil it. If you haven't played it, I'm sorry, I'm going to spoil it now. It's Don Hung if it didn't fucking click. Kind of like what they did with Don Hung and Imbibitor Lune. I don't mind if they would do something like that, like release Ether and Lumine in a gacha. But I know people would probably be upset at that. How do we feel? How do we feel about that? Yeah, I was really happy when they decided to do that. Because now we get OP Don Hung. So I'm hoping they do that for Genshin. Like, wouldn't it be cool if they released Child but Delusion? And like his ultimate is his, whatever the fuck his form is called. Why do I forget the name of that all the time? Remind me. You don't care you have over 800 wishes? Damn. Like, please do that, Hoyoverse, if you're listening to this. Yeah, they should feel like a 5-star. I am so excited to meet the Daydreamers Club since you have that duo working on space travel. Yes. Yes. That would be a twist since the Conria chapter is glitched for that number. It would be. But I'm like, they didn't tell us when Conria was coming. I just want Dane and I will delete the game. Exactly. Once we get Dane, it's over. Oh. And I want Venti, but like in his possible original form. And I'm not talking about the fucking wind sprite. No, there's more going on with that guy. Especially since he talked about having a fucking Queen of the Sun as a sister. Which is really sus. In that one thing on the Sumeru wing glider. It's really sus. Maybe he's a twin. Like, what if he's, like, Fischl's twin? Like, that's his real form. Anyway, ignore me. Venti is the primordial one. I mean... He's either that or the child of the primordial one. Where was the Queen of the Sun lore? Alright, we're taking a detour. What are the fucking Sumeru wings called? Wings of something. Wings of... See all results. Wings of the Forest. Here we go. Alright, so this uses a lot of like allegory or whatever to describe Zhongli and Venti. So like it talks about this story about the wind that had taken on a human form. So Venti, a talking stone, Zhongli, and a wooden thing made of electro. Remember that A is using a puppet right now. So it could be a stand-in for her, right? The three of them discussed the makeup of the world, and each of them believed that they were one of the fundamental elements. The stone claimed to hold up all things, and to this they all agreed. The wooden object said that all mortal thought was the work of electricity. This was a bit of a stretch, but they all reckoned, but it could not be said to be false either. When it was the wind's turn, he told a story. The tales of another world speak of children of the air who dwelt in the skies. This is also very similar to another Mondstadt folklore thingy about children of the sky. One of them going down to like have an adventure with an adventurer. I can't remember where that was from though. It's one of the books. These were all spirits of the wind. Some of them could slice through mountains and rocks. Interesting that this is used because like, didn't Albedo say something about Pymon being able to slice through a mountain during his little event? Snow swept something? No, that's not what it was called. It was called something, right? But anyway, continuing. And others could summon tornadoes to move clouds and water with incomparable force. But the youngest of those children was disregarded by people for the weakness of his breath of life. Thus did he hide himself away. So, you know the god Dionysus? Very much like Venti, right? I talked about that in my Sinner video. We're going to expand more on that in Venti's video. One of the comparisons made to Dionysus is always Osiris. I mentioned this earlier. He's always used as like the equivalent, the Egyptian equivalent of Dionysus. If you know anything about the story of Isis, Osiris, and Horus, then maybe this sounds familiar. This also is very familiar to Zeus's story, whose mother hid him away to protect him from Kronos, right? Because Kronos was eating all of his siblings, all of Zeus's siblings. Because he was afraid, he got that prophecy from Gaia that said, yeah, your children are gonna overthrow you. So like, do something about that. So he decided to eat them all. But I say this to say that Isis did something very similar with Horus. Something was also done very similar with Zeus. Horus is also interesting in that he has, I can't remember, it's like 4 different body parts of Horus that represent the cardinal directions, kind of like how there are cardinal directions for Venti. Anyway, we're going to talk about this later. It's all very like fucking, oh yeah, Venti sliced through the mountains. He did. And sent them to the sea. Yeah, Venti can do, excuse me, he can do all those things. Yeah, he likes wine a lot, and Dionysus is the god of wine too. Yeah, Venti is like, he's really sus. The themes of Rebirth with Dionysus, yep. Especially with the occult, with the Orphic occult area, yep. I like how the ancient Greek gods are all flawed and not perfect, all-powerful beings. Yeah, they're all really like, well, first of all, they're all pretty shitty. Like, they're awful, but then again, gods are awful in general. Children of the Sky, Seelies possibly? Boom. And then also, if you think about the wind, and Istaroth being the 1,000 winds, just very interesting to think about. But anyway, we're going to talk more about Osiris, Isis, and all of that later. But this reminded me of this. And I'll explain more in a video. The wind-pollinated flowers were in agony, for there were none to pollinate them. And so did the boldest dandelion search for and find the breath of life. And to encourage him, the dandelion told a story. So all of this is very related to Venti, right? And Mondstadt. Because dandelions, unique to Mondstadt. Children of the skies, spirits of the wind, all very Venti-esque, right? Once upon a time, in a faraway land, there dwelt a powerful and beautiful queen who seemed almost to shine like the sun. But her younger brother, was a rambunctious, playful knight. Some omniscience. To encourage her, the queen's lady-in-waiting told her a story. And then we don't get the story, which is fucking it pisses me off. This just all feels like Venti lore. It's very sus. It's just really fucking sus. Venti also has some strong correlations to Sophia in Gnostic texts, as she was the breath of life in some teachings, which is very interesting. I'd also argue that he's like Jesus Christ. We'll explain more. I will explain more later. But Jesus Christ was also in a hypostasis with Sophia, if I'm not mistaken, in the Gnostic texts. This goes into my idea that the twins were sent away for their own good and became lost. That's kind of implied in the Wings of Dissension, right? Or is it the Sword of Dissension? One of these things. That talks about them forgetting someone that was kind to them. Your journey will become very dangerous from now on, so that person told you. I don't know if this cloth will do anything to protect you, but... And then it talks about, during Aether and Lumine's journey, presumably, they saw the birth and death of stars, etc., etc. Which kind of does imply that they were whisked away for their own good. But the Traveler's story, like Aether and Lumine's story, obviously parallels with the first Seelie and the Traveler from Afar, right? Because we were told the first Seelie and the Traveler from Afar were punished by separation. They tried to escape whatever fucking happened to the Moon Sisters and the world crumbling on them. They tried to escape, but something stopped them, and they got punished and separated. Cut to Aether and Lumine trying to escape Teyvat, and then getting punished by having their powers taken and separation. Also, by the way, the Seelie and the Traveler from Afar, it's implied they lost some memories, so I'm wondering if Aether and Lumine lost any memories too? The twins did have golden wings, yeah. They're very angelic. Yeah, we want Venti's second story. Please. The fact that the glider talks about how even when people work out a science that should work, it doesn't without a god's blessing, Teyvat has its own laws, yeah, it's very fucking weird. Everything's a lie in Teyvat. Oh yeah, and then the intro text they have for their Twitter intro, especially the Chinese version of it, is very telling. Venti does have a ton of similarities with the view of Jesus in Gnostic teachings, especially if you think Istaroth is a stand-in for Gnostic Sophia. That's my thought. Like, I thought Istaroth was Sophia and Venti is more like Jesus. I think Venti is probably from the first unified civilization. See, here's the thing. Back to the Isis story. She hides and dresses Horus up as a servant. If you think about Venti right now, he's currently an Archon, which is a servant to Celestia. They are under the control of Celestia. So I wonder if he had a different form before that. Maybe he's not just a thread of Istaroth. Maybe Istaroth helped him. Hid him away. I don't remember, but it didn't say that the Celian, the traveler who fell in love, died, only lost their memories. Yeah, they were just punished with separation, and they lost some of their memories. They weren't killed. At least that's what is it, A Drunkard's Tale says? Or is it the other one that I'm thinking of? Which book? There's a couple of them. Okay, Leah, bye. Bye. Well, the live stream will be up for you to watch, and it's a long one, so anything you missed, you can always watch. But thank you for joining, and have a good night. Venti definitely knows us, but also knows we aren't supposed to remember. Yeah, he's like really sus. He's really sus. On the subject of Venti, though, and Fontaine, and Arlecchino, if you guys remember from my Harbinger video, the brain rot section, I talked about Columbina, Arlecchino, and Piero, which actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it might be Dottore and not Piero, but I think it's probably Piero, being parallels to the first Seelie, the Traveler from Afar. So that's Columbina as the first Seelie, because she has a whole bunch of angelic and Seelie vibes, right? Arlecchino to the Traveler from Afar. My reasoning for that is because in the Commedia dell'arte, the stock character Arlecchino is very similar to Venti, even down to like, hold on, there's like an art Harlequin, okay, there's like a piece of art, and then even the diamonds, he's got diamonds on his design, but like there was an artwork that I saw kind of like this. Okay, so the hat is also kind of similar to Venti's, but there's like an image where it's like really similar to Venti. But he's very much like the Commedia dell'arte Arlecchino, which makes me think that Arlecchino, the Harbinger, is going to be a lot like Venti, or maybe a subversion of Venti. And isn't it interesting that she's manipulating two siblings? 3, technically, maybe, if Remine has anything to do with it, but it seems like Liney and Lynette are possibly the ones doing the shit for Arlecchino. BRB, okay. Anyway, that was like crack. I want to find that picture. Maybe it was this one. Hold on, let's look at Venti. Let's compare it to Venti. But anyway, Venti is very much like Arlecchino in that he is a prankster-ish. He's very mischievous. Arlecchino works against his master Piero in the Commedia dell'arte. Venti may or may not be doing that with Celestia, and he has a major theme of rebellion, right? Like, that's kind of his thing. I don't know, it's kind of different. The hats are kind of different. But he is very similar. He is very similar. I'm not copiuming. I'm not copiuming. I think we are not going to get Venti's story quest until just before we go to the nation of Cryo, because they were once friends, and we will be very close to the end of uncovering the truth. It's also very interesting that he and the Cryo Archon may have had some sort of relationship, because the Cryo Archon's theme might be what's it called? Love, right? Love is a very big theme in this game, especially when we talk about the first Celia and the Traveler from Afar. There's also that one book which is A Drunkard's Tale that talks about that one wolf that met the first Seelie. And people have thought that that wolf may have been Andreas. And it's interesting because if you look at Andreas's lore, it implies that he received his powers from an ancient god. And he has powers over Cryo. It just makes me wonder if... I don't think the Cryo Archon is going to be the first Seelie, but she probably has something to do with it. And the Travail talks about her being without love now, yeah. And that love, and Scaramouche also calls love a form of a sin. And if you think about it, the first Seelie and the Traveler from Afar, they got punished, right? Like, what if it was because of their love that was forbidden? Because we do know from the Aranara that Seelie have a curse. They can't love humans. They can't. It's very interesting. Didn't Venti say that the Cryo Archon hates Venti? Yeah, she hates him now. Because he didn't... We don't know why, though. He didn't do something during the Cataclysm or something? Wasn't that the excuse he gave? We better get his story before the Cryo Nation. I swear to God. But also to kind of piggyback off of my Arlecchino and Venti being parallels of each other. Excuse me. Arlecchino, his code name is the Knave, right? And like knaves are like boys, usually like servants in households, serving a master. If you remember, this was a long time ago, but on Venti's welcome card, they called him the prodigal son. Like, it was the whispers of the Cecilia basically saying the true feelings of the prodigal son. And if you know where the prodigal son comes from, this is from a parable that Jesus tells in the Bible. He tells like 3 different ones. They all have different messages. But this particular one is about a boy who's like the son of a wealthy dude, basically. The son kind of wastes his riches and he gets kicked out of the house. But the dad brings him back in as like a servant, and the brother is kind of pissed off about this. That is a horrible, gross simplification, but if you know the story, you know. I don't know. I just feel like Venti is... He's definitely way more than he seems. But we're going to talk about him a lot. Yeah, the prodigal son. Oh, please don't tell me leaks. No leaks. Wasn't the curse placed because when a Seelie falls in love, it is dangerous? Yeah, but it's like specifically with a human, that they can bring disaster to the world or something like that. Yeah. Also, if the Seelie are anything like the Jinn, then just think about what happens when those they love betray them. Like, look at what Lilupar did. Now imagine how the Seelies are. That's a terrifying thought. Yeah, Tsaritsa's not the OG Archon. He was probably passed out drunk when the Robo Nation attacked, probably. Wayward son. Speaking of Lilupar, her son or grandson, I think this is her grandson, Shiruye. Yeah, he was the grandson of Lilupar. Also, the reason why I'm just going to tell you Lilupar and Ormazd are very important because I really do think they're parallels for the primordial one in Istaroth, which we will go over in a video very soon. Because Ormazd is like, he's the creator god of Zoroastrianism, right? So that's interesting. But he was also a shepherd before he was a king. A shepherd is very important because, especially like in the Abrahamic religions, because God is referred to as a shepherd so many times. So many times. And we are like his sheep. Also, I did a whole video on Istaroth, right? Or at least a little bit about her, where I explained the goddess Inanna from Mesopotamian theology. That she's possibly based on her, like Ishtar and Inanna, they're the same goddess. The interesting thing about Inanna is that her husband, I can't remember his name. It's like Dur something with a D. But he's a god of shepherds. Also, Lilupar compares the Traveler, who may be like the primordial one. She also compares him to Ormazd, in addition to Deshret, who also may have ties to the primordial one. At this point, y'all, I'm just speaking crazy. Ignore what I'm saying right now. But I brought Shiruye up because in one of the books, he was called the prodigal son. And I thought that was interesting, especially in this context, because if you think of Ormazd and Lilupar as like the primordial one and Istaroth, whatever the fuck, and then they have their children, Shirin and Shiruye, Parvezravan as well. I think Parvezravan is like the adopted son. I don't know, it's interesting. It paints a different picture. It makes me think that the primordial one, which we'll be talking about soon, was actually not just one person, but was probably just two. And there's actually support for this. Like, what if there were two primordial ones ruling, and everyone else just didn't really know? Kind of like A and Makoto's situation. Who, funnily enough, have parallels to the primordial one in Istaroth, respectively. I don't know, I'm throwing a lot at you. Also, Shiruye has this whole thing about hiding himself with a brass mask, right? And also has a theme of rebellion. Very interesting parallels to Venti as well. But I'm gonna let that one rest until I can explain it in like a full video. Also, Zephos. Zephos is also a Venti thingy. This is also another person that's interesting. Somebody that was favored by the Jinn. Y'all. At this point, I'm just crazy. Anyway, where were we?
造武器的图纸，大家可以在枫丹体的铁匠铺找到伊斯带来兑换。另外啊，此次新增加的5把4星的技型武器会进入30级技型的奖励箱中。在添加新技型武器的同时啊，我们也保留了以前旧的技型武器。那这样的话，旅行者就可以在新旧共10把武器当中自由选择了。与此同时啊，我们也推出了2套全新圣遗物——烛影猎人与黄金剧团。旅行者们可以通过挑战全新的祝圣秘境“醉祸的周末”来获取。
最后啊，我还想问问看
More lore,
4.0版本还有什么
more artifacts to read.
更新方面的消息可以告诉我们吗？
哎，当然是有的。那既然是年度版本的开端啊，我们必然会着重解决于现在最困扰玩家的问题，以及优化游戏当中尚有不足的部分。
这一次啊，给大家带来的是分层地图和配对界面的优化。另外啊，我们的七圣召唤呢也增加了观战模式。
Yeah, the weapons are gonna have interesting lore.
我们希望它能够提升玩家的探索体验。分层地图是一个我个人也很喜欢的功能，我们可以通过切换地图层级来查看想要了解的区域。当旅行者们进入有分层地图的区域时，小地图啊就会自动切换为显示分层地图的样子。当回到提瓦特大地图界面时，小地图显示就变回我们熟悉的老样子。而选中了任何位于其他层的点，那么系统也会直接切换为显示对应层的地图。
Oh, thank God.
开分层地图，系统还会高亮显示同层。
Yeah, this is what I had seen.
这是一个很实用的功
A
能。
picture of this.
除了4.0即将上线的新地区会时装分层地图功能以外啊，我们还会对已经上线的部分区域更新。
That is a much needed quality of life update. Holy crap.
也就是说，之前像赤王陵或是荒海这样的地方，我们也能在4.0更新后。
Oh, even Araumi. That's in Inazuma. Good.
对角色配对界面进行了全面的改造。在4.0
Are we also gonna get shit for Tsurumi Island? Because that kind of had indoor stuff and underground
重
shit.
新设计了入队和换位的效果。哎，等一下，这真的是每名角色在配对界面都有独特的出场演出吗？完全没错。每名角色啊，在加入队伍的时候都有一段独特的动画。我们在调整角色在队伍中的顺序的时候啊，也
Oh yeah, I had seen this. This is cool. And we get to change the background and
背
everything.
景还有许多种。旅行者们在不同场景下进入这个配对界面，背景啊还会随之切换。那更多的背景呢，就等待旅行者们在4.0版本后
That's
自己去
pretty
发现
cool.
了。哇，雷电将军的配对效果好酷啊！是的。
Ugh, y'all love the Raiden Shogun so much because you love freaking Mei from Honkai Impact.
版本正式上线，玩家可以通过好友界
Wait, there's a dead dragon skeleton? Wasn't that underwater?
联机队友正在进行的七圣召唤对局。如果玩家和对战双方均在同一个大世界啊，还支持以裁判视角来进行观战，掌控全局。如果玩家不太希望其他人观战自己的对决，也可以在七圣召唤的局内设置当中。
Oh, it's above?
哎，不错。 这样一来啊，我和牌友们又多了一种互动的方式呢。哎，我已经迫不及待的想和他们分享讨论了。
Oh, you can see its head from the map.
最后一些重要内容要和大家分享。休息片刻回来，马上揭晓。
All right, before we finish the rest of this, let me see the map.
4.0版才怪物。
Girl, where's the map? Oh, we went back too far. Oh, here we go.
分层地图和配对界面的优化。另外啊，我们的七圣召唤呢也增加了观战模式。4.0版本将会时装分层地图功能，我们希望它能够提升玩家的探索体验。分层地图是一个我个人也很喜欢的功能，我们可以通过切换地图层级来查看想要了解的区域。当旅行者们进入有分层地图的区域时，小地图就会自动切换为显示分层地图的样子。当回到提瓦特大地图界面时，小地图显示就变回我们熟悉的老样子。而选中了任何位于其他。
Oh, this? Is this what you're referring to? Or is it... Yeah, because these are like bones. It's like in the mountain. That's kind of weird. So like shit grew over it. And further north? Interesting. So I'm guessing this is the dead... This might be the dead... Well, that would be wishful thinking, I think. But maybe it's the dead dragon of water, since it's implied to be dead, because we're talking about reincarnation, right? Because they said the next dragon of water is going to be reborn as a human, which implies this one's dead. Yeah, the Hydro Sovereign. The bodies were made into the mountains. That's very depressing. I'm wondering what direction they're going to take this in. And by that I mean, like, are they going to cast the primordial one as evil? And a bad guy? Or are they actually going to explain why, like, beating the dragons up was necessary? The mound on top of it looks Dvalin shaped too. Interesting. Yeah, because y'all were saying it's like a sea slug, and Dvalin is based on the blue sea dragon, which is that a sea slug? It's something. Anyway, we're gonna skip this commercial. Oh, okay, we're done. This is the musical part. I don't need to listen to that. All right, we finally got through it. How long have we been streaming? Oh my god. 4 fucking hours of me rambling nonsense and saying brain rot. All right, this is going to be a very interesting patch. Like a really interesting patch. Okay, so it is a sea slug. Yeah, we're all brain rotting together. I'm all dragging you into this hell with me together, where we just obsess over lore and just have fun with it. If you can, I recommend listening to the music later. Oh yes, I will. I definitely will, because I want to hear what Fontaine's gonna sound like, but I'm not gonna do it here. Oh, let's talk about drama. So, like, I saw something on Twitter about Liney's teaser not being received well in, like, certain countries. And I think that's awful. They were like hating on his design and everything, right? But I'm so confused because we knew what he looked like. We've known what he looked like for years. So why is this an issue now? In Korea, okay. Oh, and yes, the IGN gameplay video. We need to watch that, actually. Let's do that first. Oh, I'm streaming. IGN gameplay. Oh, no, I need to stop typing with one hand. Let's see. All right, this is it. Yeah, like people were coming for his design. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, so she's a sword user. Somebody asked me what weapon. I don't think I ever responded, but somebody did ask me what weapon. Also, I think it's interesting that we get the backdrop of the magic tree where the previous Hydro Archon's soul consciousness thingy is located. So she's a sword user. She has to be. Again, I'm still getting Joan of Arc vibes from her, especially with like the placement of the sword. To expand on that idea, because I never actually finished it, most of my reason for thinking that Focalors will have something to do with, maybe has some partial inspiration for Joan of Arc, is because Joan of Arc received visions from like a bunch of saints and then an archangel Michael. If you think about Genshin, the primordial one and the Shining Shades, I believe the allegory, what is the word? The analogy used for them is like God and his archangels, right? And I think even Ashikai argued once that Michael might be the sustainer. And since this is the nation of justice and everything like that, we do think that we've thought for a long time that she's going to have something to do with the sustainer, right? Or that Celestia, which you said, somebody said, Celestia is positioned over Fontaine in this video. But yeah, that's my main reason for thinking it. Sword and scale. Interesting. I do think that's the old Archon, but that doesn't mean Furina isn't a sword user too. Oh, so y'all think that's the old Archon? I mean, that would make sense. Because in all of the regions so far, they have been like the old Archon. Because like Venti and Zhongli are accounted for, right? The Archon, the Statue of the Seven in Inazuma was both A and Makoto because they were both fulfilling the Archon role at the time, right? And then Sumeru is self-explanatory. It doesn't really matter because Nihida, Rukkhadevata, interchangeable. But it should have been of Rukkhadevata when she initially shrunk, right? After the Deshret shit. Which should have been when she actually took up the position of the Archon. Because Deshret refused Gnosis, right? Okay, anyway, timeline stuff, yeah. Also, the hair is different, isn't it? It is a little bit different. She's a wee bit flat to do the boob sword thing, though. Oh my gosh. Yeah, like Focalors. Oh, but like her ponytail. Her little hair down here is kind of similar to Furina's, right? Maybe. Yeah, the tree is pretty. That's the previous Hydro Archon. Right there. It's questionable with Ruka, right? But with the age, I think it's her and not Nihida, yeah. She is 1,000,000,000,000% based on Joan of Arc. Yeah, like, I just have that feeling. I've just had that feeling. But it's interesting because also, trials were very much involved with Joan of Arc because she was put on trial and then put to death for her visions. Actually, I looked it up, and like one of the charges they gave her, which kind of like justified her execution, was the fact that she was cross-dressing, which I find is hilarious. Also, on that note of cross-dressing, I said it earlier, I think, but Furina is very androgynous. I actually don't think I said that. But she is very androgynous to me. Like, if you told me she was a femboy, I'd believe you. And her clothing and everything, it's very femboyish. Or, like, tomboyish, I should say. Yep, 2 Hydro Archons in one frame. Furina has 2 ponytails. Oh, this doesn't have one? Like, I kind of can't tell because we only get, like, one view of her. Because maybe the hair parts, like, down her back. I don't fucking know, y'all. Same Hydro Archon, Statue of Live versus Dead as Tree. So, okay, so what do you think the twist is going to be with Furina and the previous Hydro Archon? Do you think they will have, like, they'll do the, oh my god, they're the same person, but not really kind of thing? Or do you think they'll be, like, 2 completely different entities? Or, like, cousins? Or twins or something. I don't fucking know. They can't keep doing the same shit, right? Everyone in Fontaine loves booty shorts. Yeah, Fremont. Flemine has it and Furina has it. Just the pose alone is the same as Joan when you look up on... Yeah, it's so similar. I think Furina and the OG Archon may have same source water, as it were, like 2 rivers from the same oceans, and how we see budding, as it were, with the Eidolons. That would be interesting. Also, I'm just going to tell you, we're going to get a lot of Irminsul lore as well. Because if you remember Nihida, her name, and where that comes from, Anahita, which is a goddess of waters, and has to do with like the waters that were basically giving nutrients or whatever to the world tree, whatever that world tree is called. Then there's also Norse mythology as well, with Yggdrasil getting, I think, water from the wells of the Norns, right? Because there are wells of the Norns down there, which are analogous to the Fates. The Fates also, in this game, might be the Moon Sisters. I'm pretty sure they fucking are. One of them might be Istaroth. So I'm gonna tell you, I'm getting fucking moon vibes from the previous Hydra Archon. I know I've said that already. Mentor older sister figure is the old Archon, I hope. Yeah, I hope they do something like that. I don't think the Hydra Archon is hiding her identity. Yeah, neither do I. It's either her daughter or her apprentice. That would be interesting. I think it's a case of Sela, where they are two separate identities in one body. Okay, you're voting daughter. Same species, but otherwise not related. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I could see all of this. To be honest, I don't know. I have no idea. I wish we got more on her. And by that I mean Farina, because like, unlike the Sumeru trailer for Morn of 1,000 Roses, this trailer didn't really talk that much about Irminsul or Farina, like, at all. Other than kind of stuff we kind of, you know, already kind of knew. Like, she's kind of a shitty Archon from what it seems like. The people kind of don't like her, or whoever the fuck. I don't know who. But we didn't get really much about her specifically. You know what I mean? I get moon vibes from Liney in part because he is shown holding the moon, and that is so fucking interesting. Do you look at leaks? No, please. Yeah, please don't. Thank you for not discussing them, but yeah, no, I don't really look at leaks. If it's just about like what characters are upcoming, then yes, I'll be honest, I do see character leaks. But like lore stuff, and story stuff, I stay the fuck away from. I stay very far away from it. I'm looking for Lady of Lake more than Joan of Arc. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Lady of the fucking Lake. Oh, but that means Arthurian legends. But I mean, that's very appropriate for Fontaine, since Fontaine is based in part on England. Welcome back, Stoic. Archons don't really die, though. They just change states of beings. Yeah, they're, like, not really gone. They're still here in some way. I find it interesting that the old Hydro Archon's juices are pure compared to the actual Hydro. Yeah, like the Amrita, which is basically her dead god juice. It's very pure. I'm gonna need to do a video on these two at some point. What exactly is a lore leak? So if you guys remember the shit that happened with Sumeru, like the entire story was fucking leaked at some point. That's what I mean by like story and lore leaks. I stay the fuck away from it. And I hope that didn't happen this time. I haven't heard anything about that happening for Fontaine. So that's good if it hasn't happened. And if it has, just don't fucking tell me. Parsifal is Arthurian and Wagnerian. Interesting. Honkai Impact 3rd, Chapter 39 feels kind of relevant. Honkai Impact 3rd is very relevant to Genshin. Okay, wait. We gotta play through this. Goodness. Goodness. I love the music. Oh, I like how the water sound fades when you go into go into a building. Onion, do you usually read the lost pages? Because I really advise to read the Fontaine ones when the nation drops. Wait, are you talking about, like the shit that you had to fish out of the fucking pond in Inazuma? Those things? Or like the pages of stories that you have to collect in order to combine them to make like a big story? Yeah, I can't. Hopefully they're not as annoying to get in this nation. Alright, Demon Lord Chris. Oh gosh, have fun at your friend's wedding. Oh, full screen, sorry. Alright, so this is the underbelly. It definitely looks like a sewer. Wait, is that giant ship down here? Or is that in another place? I like the music. Yeah, I'm just gonna look them up on the wiki. Oh, Arthurian legends are all from all over Europe, not just England. Yep, sorry, thanks for the correction. Wait, where? Celestia. Yeah, they're gonna yeet Fontaine off the fucking map. We're gonna get another nail. At least I hope. Just destroy it all. It is really far away. Dessert recipes would be nice. That's why we haven't heard about a nail. Gonna see one drop? Oh, goodness. Wait, was that a Hydro Sealy? Or is that just a regular Sealy? I can't tell, because they're probably gonna be the same fucking color. Hello, JP. Welcome back. Welcome to the stream. It has been a while. Oh, goodness. Don't kill them! I am so upset that we have to kill the nice stingray thingies. Manta rays. Okay. I am very happy that the items, like, don't fucking fall to the ground. Like, to the seafloor. Because if they did, I would be so irate. Oh, that was a regular Sealy? Alright. Do you think there are nails in Notland and the nation of Cryo? Absolutely. I think there are nails in every single nation. Well, except maybe Conria. I don't know if there's a nail there. There might be, though, because it's kind of implied that they might have tried to do something with a nail. And I kind of think Inazuma might have two. Because Tsurumi Island It was like heavily implied that like a nail or a piece of one fell on Surumi Island and caused the fog. Like, I don't know. Yeah, underwater looks super clean. And very big. This is gonna be so much fun, y'all. Oh, we're gonna explore and do a lot. Okay, question. Do you guys want me to stream the Fontaine Archon quest? Like I did the Sumeru Archon quest? Yes or no? So we can all experience this, or at least y'all can experience my reaction. And I promise I will be awake this time. I'll be like awake for it because I was dead tired during the Sumeru one. All right, that's a lot of yeses. I'm gonna make a poll, but I kind of want to do it. Oh yeah, and then you have Seirai. But only if you're up to it. I feel like I will be. But I'll probably end up... Well, I kind of want to... You know what? Maybe I will wait until this coming weekend so we can pull for Liney. Or not this coming weekend, but next weekend. Like I said earlier in the stream, I want to pull for Liney, so we're going to do that so we can get the 3 siblings. And then that day we can do the Archon quest. I'm going to spend the rest of my time, like that entire week, A, working on videos, and B, probably exploring the rest of Sumeru, because I need to explore the rest of that last desert region. I have like not done it at all. You've lost interest in playing the game, but I like the story. I feel you on that one. Like, the game is very repetitive at this point, but I'm gonna love exploring the new region. And I love the story too. If you want to, it's your show. All right. Onion, how many wishes do you have saved up? Well, because I haven't been logging in, I have like 25,000 saved up. But I should realistically have way more than that if I actually did dailies and shit. But yeah, that's all I got. We're gonna get him one way or another, though. I looked at the leaks out of pure curiosity. In my opinion, there isn't much to sink your teeth into, but the ingredients are there to make a delicious meal. Well, all right. Even the big event in 3.8, I found myself dragging myself. Yeah, like I said, I'm probably going to go live again tomorrow to do Veluriyan Mirage exploration, and we can talk about the lore and everything. But I dread it, to be honest, because I really don't fucking want to. You need 540 wishes. You currently have 407. Wait, what do you need that many wishes for? Star Rail is doing the thing, boyfriend, so I'm struck over there as of right now. Yeah. Blady and fucking Don Hung. Ugh, they're so cute, but they hate each other now, which is sad. Speaking of which, I need to log into that today because I haven't. Anyway, that's interesting. Hold up.
Transcend the mundane world. That which is mysterious captivates us all. So,
yeah, like what? You know what's interesting about this, now that I fucking think about it? Now that I fucking think about it, do you remember that one dude, Kimia from Sumeru, who was like doing that weird fortune telling game, and he told us that the moon represents lies and illusions, and he's a fucking magician and an actor, and he's going to be doing magic tricks. Is that why he's holding a moon? Queen, you may have to miss my stream because you're traveling, but yeah, that's fine. It'll be up. It'll be up to watch later if you want to. Kafka is potentially the aunt of the MC. Oh wait, don't tell me anything because I haven't played her companion quest yet. Yeah, and him talking about miracles as magic tricks. So I find that interesting. All right, let's continue to watch. By the way, the animation is so good. It's like so good.
Amazing! How did you do that?
In the space of a short performance, a magician must shatter the barrier between reality and fantasy, giving the audience a glimpse of the extraordinary.
Oi, this isn't what I ordered. I clearly asked for a cider.
Doesn't he remind you of like fucking Team Aqua? Like he looks from Pokemon, I mean from Ruby and Sapphire. Like he looks a lot like Archie's design. Like that's what he reminds me of. But I like these sailor uniforms.
You asked for a glass of our finest wine. Maybe you've had enough. Oh, yeah, right. You think I don't know what I ordered?
There. How about you take another look at your drink?
It's not apple cider, it's pee. Oh god.
Sweet smell of apples. What the? I swear I was just holding.
See, yeah, I do think that's why he's fucking holding the moon, because that's what Kimia told us it represents in that one little thingy that he was telling us. That it represents illusions and lies. And that's perfect for a magician. Yeah, it's like hypnotism. He's...
In the eyes of most people, magic tricks are like miracles. But as magicians, we prefer to think that great miracles are like magic tricks.
Okay, so if you recall, when I was talking about the brain rot thing between Venti and Arlecchino being parallels of each other or whatnot, and that Arlecchino, it's interesting that she's guiding possibly or, you know, ordering around two siblings to work for her. I'm wondering if Liney is the moon, is Lynette going to be like the sun? But it's kind of weird because Liney should be the sun. He's a pyro character, right? But it's interesting. I say that because Ether and Lumine respectively have sun and moon imagery. Ether's like golden like the sun. Lumine has cooler blue and white tone vibes, so that's more like the moon and nighttime. But she's also obviously got sun vibes too, right? Like they're interchangeable. And Venti likes apples, that's true. Welcome, Sod. How you doing? Anyway. Thoughts as I die. Oh, goodness. Oh, Fontaine's gonna be so fun. Oh. Does his little hat thing have a name, by the way? The little demon? Like, does that have a name? Yeah, I'm definitely pulling for this guy. We have a name from skills and etc. Oh, okay. The name Chemia is sus because chemia, right, and it means alchemy. And the dude Chemia is like an alchemist running an alchemy table where we craft things. So that's very on the nose. Thank you. I hope I feel better soon. Thank you. Oh, God. You have negative interest on Liney and the other two? Oh, come on. They're fun. They're probably Fatui agents, but they're fun. Ugh, I love him so much. But yeah, back to the conversation about the drama. Apparently, y'all said it was Korea. They were just hating on him for being a femboy from what it sounded like. That he was too feminine. And also they claimed that we haven't gotten female characters in forever. Even though I think the game is filled with mostly female characters. So I found that to be interesting. I mean, I don't mind it, right? I like both. I like an assortment of both. But yeah, I found it very weird when I saw that drama. You just want the Archon, Nouvelette, and potentially Arlecchino. I want all three. Yeah, like we just got Kirara, but there were like people saying we haven't gotten like a female character in forever. Yeah, we have way more girls, so I was just like, none of that drama makes any sense. Are they jealous that Liney looks more femboy than their K-pop bands? Probably. I don't know. I'm gonna say it's probably not the majority. It's just, you know, weird fucking incels. A full-on Pymon backstory animated completely out of nowhere as the camera pans back as it's revealed to be from the eye and mind of an imprisoned Alice. I would love that. Give us Pymon lore. I want to pull for Fremine and Liney, but I'm saving for Farina and potentially Arlecchino if she becomes playable. If Arlecchino does become playable, then yes. I'm saving for her too. And I've been saying this since Sumeru, but I really do think Dottore gonna be playable one day, you guys. I want him. Grin Malkin Cat. That's an interesting name. But that's good to know. There's a lot of vocal people who were prissy about his appearance, including some YouTubers. Oh gosh. Do they complain about Venti? That's my question. Like, Liney is not the first fucking femboy in this game. And Hazo also is arguably. Yeah, they're being phobic. I want Nouvelette and Risley. Yeah, I want that guy too. He looks kind of cool. Yeah, the cabaret punk styles are fun. I don't know why they're upset with his design when 70% of Teyvat don't wear pants, men included, either short shorts or tight leggings. Only like 3 wear pants. Yeah, also they're all fucking built like twinks. The women, the men. Except for the desert dudes who are like buff as hell. And like Cyrus, the leader of the Adventurers Guild. What if Liney is also a cat, but is able to create the illusion that he's human? Oh, that would be a fucking twist. Yeah, the loud minority is usually where that comes from. Imagine if all female Harbingers die and only males are playable. That's extreme. People would riot. People would riot that they don't have their mommies. Dottore's model looks pretty playable, so yeah, he might be. I mean, if I'm being honest, if he does become playable, he's probably going to get like a slight character redesign. Like Scaramouche did. Or maybe not. Who knows? But we've already got 2 Harbingers playable, so I don't see why the rest of them can't be. I'm actually really interested to see if Sandrone will be, because she would have very interesting gameplay. Like, really interesting gameplay. Gender is like a smoothie to me. The fruitier you make it, the more I like it. Period. Eliza, we have known for a long time what he would look like. How do we? Wait, is that leaks? Don't say leaks. If so. Younger or older Dottore? That's a question. I thought he killed all his segments. But that doesn't mean he can't make more. And that doesn't mean he didn't have a backup plan for the horrible deal he took with Nihida. Do you think Sandrone is the girl or the mecha? It'd be interesting if it was the mecha, but I think it's the girl. Oh, Liney, gotcha. Sorry, I misunderstood that completely. Eliza, you're right though, because like we've known for a long time what he would look like, so it's like, why didn't you complain about him in the fucking teaser trailer, or the Travail trailer, excuse me? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Some hate on Lynette too. They're so cute, and again, you knew what they would look like. Ugh. Risley has a great GPVA, so I was sold with the announcement. Yeah, I think I'm gonna pick him up. I wonder if he's gonna be a 5-star or a 4-star. He kind of looks like a 5-star. What if Sandrone's fights like Bronya? I like Bronya's fighting style. Wait, how does she play in the game? The interesting thing quote they gave for tweets with Liney ends with him saying he knows so much about cats. How do I know this? Experience and observation. Is he talking about Lynette? Like, is he just straight up talking about her? One YouTuber I saw thought he was a gal. I mean, yeah, he's very femboyish, so I could see that. Oops, it's actually a tomboy. But at the same time, he's boyish looking. I feel like he's... Like, I didn't have any confusion understanding that he was male, but I could also see how someone could think he might be female. Crack theory, what if Sandrone is mecha but talks and interacts through the girl? That would be interesting. Because if you think about... If you think about Sandrone from the Commedia dell'arte, usually it's a puppet, right? But it's like a family of puppets. So it's like there's the dad, there's the mom, and then there's like a child puppet. So if Sandrone is the mom and the puppet, the very dashing and dapper ruin guard that she has with her, if he's the dad, then who's the child? Is it Catherine? Or is Catherine the mom and the little girl is the child and then the dad is the fucking ruin guard? Sandrone might fight like Clara from Honkai Impact. What if she's a Clara, like what if Clara is a Sandrone XP? Or like they're slightly based on each other? That would be interesting. Clara and Svarog. The Bronya suits I have, she fights with her robot. Oh. I want a Catboy too. Catboys would be fun. Could Sandrone be some sort of Pinocchio reference? That's very possible too. Does her nose elongate when she lies? Was she turned into a real girl by a blue fairy? They could do something with that, to be honest. Okay, at this, what are we talking about? Goodness gracious, we're talking about fun stuff. But I actually want to take a look at the Overture teaser before we call it a night. And, because it's midnight for me. And I haven't eaten dinner, so I'm gonna do that and then, like, fuck off to sleep.
My mission.
Yeah, what's your mission? Tell us. I love this so much. The animation is so good.
The original sin is the fairest. Everyone sinks. Make the most of the final feast. Because for the sinners, the curtain call has come.
Doesn't this sound a lot like Enconomia and Conria? And like the fairest, the original sin is the fairest. Everyone sinks. Because like Enconomia sank. Conria's in the ground somewhere under Sumeru. Enconomia's people were referred to as sinners, and so are Conrians. Magikarp, go to bed. Lazuli Lapis, go to bed. Yeah, before we call it a day. Whatever it is for you. Also, to loop back to earlier, Griseo also has a robot knight that fights for her. Interesting. I thought Scara was the Pinocchio. That makes sense, Pasta Sheep. Yeah, it's midnight. I was ready to go to sleep when I saw your stream. I'm so sorry. Who is the girl? Who's that girl talking? That's a good question because it's not Fremine. We already know what he sounds like.
The original sin is the fairest. Everyone sinks.
Also, that might not be a girl. That might be a boy speaking. Flood reference? Oh, yeah, that... Yeah? Yeah? It's possible. I would like to see an angel versus angel fight between Venti and Columbina. That would be something to see. Stoic, you took a power nap. No, y'all need to get sleep. Then again, it is Friday/Saturday, whatever it is for you. We have a name, but we don't know who. Wait. Oh. Wait. Who the fuck is Egeria? That's a new one that I have not seen. Alright. We're looking this up. A pilgrim? Wait, okay, I want to look this up. Wait, I've looked at this already. Hold on. Probably when I was fucking researching mythology. And Farina as well. Wait, okay, we got Rhone River. That's not the Rhine, but it's a major river in France. Widely regarded to be the author of a detailed account of a pilgrimage. God, I can't speak. To the Holy Land. Okay. This was located... Okay. So it's synonymous with the biblical land of Israel and with the region of Palestine. Okay. Okay, this is gonna be a lot to fucking read. I'm gonna read this later because whatever. Let's look at this one. Giver of laws and rituals. A nymph. Wait, what the fuck? What are nymphs, by the way? I know that's probably a dumb question. They're like minor nature, female nature deities. Personifications of nature, usually depicted as maidens. They were immortal like other goddesses, whose lives were bound to a specific tree? Where the fuck is it? Whose lives were bound to a fucking tree. Whose lives... Okay, well, okay, let's just keep reading. Actually, no, I want to read more about nymphs. Ash tree nymphs, dryads, naiads, nereids. Are Oceanids nymphs? Or are those completely different? Oh, they're like fairies. So people are speculating it's the previous Archon's name. I would believe that. Because reading about this nymph thing and them being tied to specific trees, and we know that the previous Hydro Archon's consciousness was anchored to the earth by Rukkhadevata, therefore bound to a tree. And y'all are saying it might be her voice? Well, that would make sense because no one else... Because we... Wait, who the fuck is Siege Wind? Who is this person? Oh, by the way, I'm so excited that Ray Chase is the voice of Nouvelette. Like, it's perfect. He's perfect. Oh, we know it's her voice. We just don't know about her. Okay. Then I'm on board with the idea that this might be the previous Hydro Archon because, and it's literally just because of this. But we have, of course we need more, right? That can't be it. It means young woman, bride, young wife. I'm getting moon vibes for Seelie things. They were part of the retinue of a god such as Dionysus, Hermes, or Pan, which is interesting because Pan is also very similar to Venti. Or of a goddess, generally the huntress Artemis, who is a moon goddess. It's all getting very sus. Okay, wait, okay. In some works of the Greek-educated Latin poets, the nymphs gradually absorbed into their ranks the indigenous Italian divinities of springs and streams. While the lymphae... Okay, we're going to look at this, because it's probably somewhat important. Because they're being identified with the nymphae. These are Italian water goddesses. Oh my gosh, okay, we're... At this point, I'm going to open a whole bunch of tabs up. They might appear in a whirlwind. Such encounters could be dangerous, bringing dumbness, besotted infatuation, madness, or stroke to the unfortunate man. Uh-oh. Alright, I'm going to be looking at that later. And yep, they're fairies. Somebody else said that. And elves, which is interesting because, again, Seelies. Seelies are fucking fairies. Seelies are fucking fairies. More moon shit. Yeah, we've talked about like a fuck ton. Wait, who's the sea slug nurse? Oceanids and Nereids are kind of the same. Oh god. Shouldn't the Archon names be in the Book of Solomon? Okay, but that might not be her demon name, right? That might be something else. Like her regular name. Like Farina is Focalors' little regular name. Nymph's Dream. Okay, we're gonna have to look at that. Venti is connected to all the Greek mythology. Yes, he is. Hi, I'm more than slightly late. What have you guys discussed so far? My friend Amethyst. We have discussed a lot. Yeah, like Nabu Malikata, the fucking goddess of flowers, she had so many fucking titles. So did Deshret. Zhongli does too. Oh, also, side note, that's another example of an Archon being mistaken for another god. Because the people of Liyue thought the stove god was Zhongli, but it was actually Guoba. And the thing is, in that quest, there were a whole bunch of like comparisons to Guoba and Pymon. And I find that to be very interesting. Also, it is very important that he was like a god of food. And I'll explain why another time. Anyway. That's my brain rot for this little section of the stream. There's plenty more. Where were we? What? Okay. Aaron. Focus. Oh god, I used my real name. Oh well. I've used it before. Okay, there's a lot of... These are fucking naiads? Okay, these are important. These are important because talking about the Ring of Nibelung, or whatever that fucking Richard Wagner play is, you know, the Rhine Maidens. They were supposedly set, or like, they were supposedly based on these things. Or at least there was like some sort of comparison made when I was reading about it. Actually, let's go to the page for a second. The Ring of Nibelung. Der Ring des Nibelungen. Where are the Rhine Maidens? I will find it. Here we go. Okay. Let's see the origins. Based on Norse mythology, yeah. Oh. Okay. Just as in Greek myth, the Oceanids are the daughters of the Titan sea god Oceanus. In Norse mythology, specific the poetic Edda, the Jotun sea god Aegir has 9 daughters. Okay. That also kind of reminds me of the Muses. Yeah, similarities exist between the maiden guardians in the Hesperides myth and the Rhine Maidens. Interesting. Okay. Back to this, actually. Alright. The Lympha. So these are the Italian water goddesses, which I'm going to look up later. Alright, let's actually look at Egeria, because... yeah. Very interesting. Oh, Sigvin is the little girl who shows up. Oh. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, at some point it all goes back to the fucking ring cycle. Like, it legitimately does. Yeah, Germans love Roman myths and culture. Partly because the Romans, like, yeah, they, like, colonized a lot of Europe. Yeah, they liked assimilation. Pasta, the Hesperides guard the golden apples just like the Rhine Maidens. Yep. It's interesting. It keeps coming back to Titans as well. Even the twins are involved. Yeah, so an interesting thing about the Titans is that there's a myth concerning Dionysus being devoured by the Titans at the behest of Hera. So that's pretty interesting. Especially when you think about Phanes and Dionysus being interchangeable in terms of Orphism. And how, you know, Phanes was also... There are also myths about him being devoured by the gods, or like the power absorbed by Zeus and distributed among the Olympians. It's very interesting. Your Sky Daddy is our Sky Daddy with a different name, basically. Okay. She predates Roman myth. Okay. She had a role in childbirth, which is very interesting because a lot of the mother goddesses and like queen goddesses like Hera, Demeter also, that are involved in like marriage, childbirth, etc., etc. They all have similarities. Same with Inanna. Like, these goddesses all end up being very similar to one another. Wait. There was a Diana reference? Okay, there's a moon thing. What the fuck is this? Okay, there's a lot here. Plutarch, there's so many different people who have described her. She's also interesting that she's linked with a goddess that is the child of Zeus and Hera, otherwise known as like the child of the king and queen of heaven, or in Genshin's context, the child of the sun and moon, possibly. She had a relationship with a king, the second king of Rome. Okay. I'm gonna get back to you on this. Because I gotta think about this. Okay, so her man died of old age and she melted into tears of sorrow, becoming a spring. Kind of like how the old Hydro Archon became the Amrita, which was like a spring. Just like a whole bunch of water. Her little dead god juices. Hi, Lily, how you doing? Sorry, you're catching like the tail end of this. All right, I'm gonna have to do way more research on this later. So there's a domain right there. And then we're gonna ride the little aqua bus to the city. Yeah, this is gonna be so much fun. But I'm kind of annoyed as well because I haven't fully processed Sumeru's lore yet. So, ugh. It's gonna be a nightmare, but it's gonna be an enjoyable nightmare. Two voice lines, one name. Hours on the wiki and 5 new theories. Yep, basically. Now I want to know what happens if we get D-Luke to make wine with Amrita instead of cider lake water. Oh, it's gonna taste like the best thing you ever had. You got the fucking blood of the dead Hydro Archon.
Make the most of the final feast. Because for the sinners, the curtain call.
Also, I feel like this is low-key a reference to Jesus Christ and the Last Supper that he has with his apostles. Is that a stretch, or does anyone kind of... Because it's like before he gets crucified and betrayed by Judas. And it was kind of the curtain calls for Judas at that point. Yeah, it's 12 apostles.
Has come.
Ladies and gentlemen, she did it! Seeing is believing, my friends. This has been Linny and Lynette's magic show. The essence of magic is getting people to believe a lie. And the most important part of this is what people see. People don't realize how much they expect.
I'm really hoping she's an enjoyable character to play, because Geo characters annoy the shit out of me unless they're not Zhongli or Albedo. And that's purely because I love them as characters.
Their eyes to tell them the truth. But what you see is not real. It's all a show.
He has such an interesting look compared to everyone else. What is this on his, that looks like a bird on his gloves. I wonder what that is. And that kind of looks like a hilly churl mask. Nah, it's probably not. That's copium. And yeah, look so cute.
And every part of the show is carefully controlled.
Yeah, like, people were... Oh, is that a wolf? Is he supposed to be like Fenrir? That would be cool if he's like Fenrir from Norse mythology. Does this mean we're finally getting more fucking wolf lore? If these are wolves? But yeah, he's... I heard people saying he was blind, but I also heard people saying he was colorblind and not like fully blind. He does look like Sampo. He is like male Dia. Oh god. No spoilers. Actually, I kind of don't give a shit about, like, character and kit spoilers. I don't care.
Controlled how?
By choosing the right time, the right place, and the right people.
He's so hot. Like, my god.
Whoever controls these three
No banner spoilers. Like, just we might as well just not, because, you know, it's still leak territory. I don't want to hear about it.
Everything. But keep your eyes peeled, and you might be able to turn things to your advantage. In a nutshell, magic is what you see with your own two eyes.
Very fun.
But it's not enough.
Ugh, if she isn't playable, I swear people are gonna riot, including me. She needs to be fucking playable. He glances at the child and smirks. He's teasing the child by pretending he doesn't see her nor the drink. Oh, that would be interesting. He's probably not blind, but there's a theory that he's colorblinded. Yeah, I heard that theory. I wonder if wolves in stories represent more than actual wolves. It's true. I mean, wolves have also already been called children of the moon, so I'm like super interested in their lore. The way Nouvelette is framed behind bars with the shadows is cool. Yeah, that was a pretty cool scene. Like, this has some drippy moments.
Whoever controls these three controls everything. But keep your eyes peeled, and you might be able to turn things to your advantage.
These characters are so cool.
In a nutshell, magic is what you see with your own two eyes.
How are they gonna redeem her if she's going to be playable? Well, to be honest, because this is like really relying on like illusions and what you see is not what's really happening kind of stuff, I kind of wonder if there's gonna be like this big reversal with Arlecchino, because I've talked about it in my Harbinger video, but the Arlecchino in the Commedia dell'arte has a thing with rebelling against their master. So is she like on the Harbinger's side, or does she have her own agenda? And Child already talked about her betraying the Fatui if it suited her, because she's insane. Which is also kind of a callback to Venti, who is like Dionysus, who is a god of like insanity, madness, ecstasy. Anyway, okay, anyway. I'm gonna let that go. I'm gonna let it go, but I promise you it's not copium. But yeah, like if they decide to do some sort of like huge reversal, I wouldn't be surprised. But I'm also kind of like, didn't she raised orphans to be killing machines and assassins, and they like took children from other regions. Like they literally caused situations that create orphans so they could make them into child soldiers. So I'm like, how do you redeem that? But I mean, if they can redeem Scaramouche, I guess it is what it is. And she doesn't necessarily have to be our ally. I mean, Child is our ally sometimes, but he's not exactly our friend. Same with Scaramouche. He's not really our friend. He's just Hat Guy. She reminds me of Shia LaBeouf when she claps here. Now I'm thinking of that scene. I'm thinking of that scene you're referencing.
Not enough. Let me make something clear. You think of yourselves as magicians, but when you're on the stage, you're first and foremost actors. Good actors hone their craft to mesmerize the whole crowd.
Yeah, I can see her being like an anti-hero. Okay, so like, if you guys have seen Aru Hiseki's video, he mentioned something about these shadows. Do they represent harbingers? Or like, do they mean anything? Like, who are these people? No, yeah, they are harbingers because they're all wearing the winter coats from A Winter Night's Lazzo. Do you see that? They're like all wearing the coats. There's a French version of this scene and it's so good. I'm gonna have to look at the other versions. Yeah, she's not, I don't think she'll be our friend, but she'll be an ally maybe. She is the mother of the House of Hearth. The hearth involves heat and flames and ashes. Her hands are blackened with designs. I wonder what symbolic meaning they are going for. I'm not sure. We'll see though. You hope she's not redeemed. There's no rule against having playable evil characters. That is also true too. Like, I mean, again, even though Child and Scaramouche are playable, they are not necessarily good people, right? Like, sure, Child might be a good big brother, but he still tried to fucking wipe out Liyue off the map, right? Try to wipe it off the map. And Scaramouche literally tried to kill us and tried to make himself into a god and also killed a lot of people in the past. I mean, he killed people that deserved it, but he also, like, he's not the best person. Neither of them are, so they don't need to be fully redeemable. I expect her to go boom like Kafka. That would be fun. I mean, it's also very interesting with her how she's a Raven Natasha XB. So how much harsher she is here versus other versions is interesting. That's true too. I just want to know her characterization. I can't wait until she shows up. Oh, also, I know I said I was going to leave it alone, but more Venti Arlecchino stuff. Because I think Venti maybe possibly affiliated with one of the shades or might be a shade of the primordial one. I really think that the first 5 Fatui Harbingers are gonna be like, they're gonna be parallels to the primordial one and his shades. Do I have any proof? Other than Columbina being very much like the first Seelie, and then Arlecchino possibly being like Venti, and then Dottore also having his whole shtick with time. And then if you saw what I said about what's his face? What is his face? Oh my god, Capitano, there we go. And how I talked about how Capitano from the Commedia dell'arte is like, he's like a braggart, right? So he boasts about his power, but he's actually just kind of like a weak and he's a liar. And his whole point is to be exposed in the play. I paralleled that with Kazuha's story quest with that sword, who was basically a braggart, but was actually just fucking like weak and dull as a sword. The interesting thing about that is that it was a sword with its own realm of consciousness. So basically a consciousness inside of a sword that took control of other people. Do you realize that that's really similar to A? And the thing is about A is that she's very primordial one-like, which we'll talk about that later. Anyway, none of this makes sense, and it probably sounds like a stretch. I get you. But I'm gonna get you on board with this idea, I swear. Wait, but that also, so I said the first 5, right? The first 5, that also means that Arlecchino, that's the only thing about this. Like that would mean Arlecchino would have to be among the first 5. But she fucking can't be, right? She's like, unless the theories about her not being 10 or 7 are true. Like that one theory Ashikai had about well, her and Silicon 1-4, right? He had the theory about there being a missing 10th Harbinger because Commedia dell'arte shit, right? And then Ashikai kind of expanded on that and went in a different direction. And then reordered everything. Because they mentioned that Piero was not like a Harbinger, but like a president or something. What is he called? The leader? So he's not actually a Harbinger? Yeah, okay, Ashikai mentioned that the back of her hair looks like wing accessories, like with Columbina, and it could be represent a lower ranked angel or Seelie. That's very interesting. Wait. Okay, so you mean this thing? Okay, wait. You mean this thing? That's kind of hard to see. That is really hard for me to see. But okay, I'll believe it. Oh, director, thank you. So like he's not actually... So that would go... So that would mean he's like number 0. This is kind of like the fucking Espada from Bleach, if that's true. But I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I would believe it. Yeah, he could not be in their numbers. Like, I would believe that. And if that is the case and that reorders everything, then I would probably place Arlecchino... Capitano definitely has to be number 1 then, because... Like I said in my Harbinger video, he has to be ranked high. Because again, his whole thing is boasting power. And there's been references to him being super powerful and also being like really far away from child in the ranks. So if he's not number 2, like I suggested, then he's either... He's either 1 or 4. And I'm going to say he's 1. He has to be super powerful. Then Arlecchino, I don't know. Whatever. Her eyes are so cool, though.
Boring! I mean, why do I even bother? When are we going to finally see a real twist for once?
Please refrain from levity in the court. This trial is far from over.
Ugh, his voice sounds so cool. Their ranks are in order. They are written in the description of the Lazzo video. That would make sense. So that would mean if Piero is not, if he's not a Harbinger, then he's not number 1. Actually, we're gonna look at that because I'm interested. Sorry, we are gonna take a detour. This came out a year ago? Time fucking flies. That's actually crazy that this came out a year ago. Wait, but no, because Capitano's all the way down here. And Piero's up here, and Colomina, we know she's like the 3rd one, so this is not necessarily in order, right? You thought it came out 2 years ago? Nah, this is a year ago. That's actually crazy. But I mean, it makes sense. All right. I think that's enough brain rot for one night. Thank you for joining the stream. I'm gonna call it. so I can release you from my crazy rambling and you can actually go to bed or go on with your day. We'll talk about the Harbinger thing another time. 'Cause that is just such an annoying conversation. Ugh. Remember, they are not in order of strength, but usefulness. That's true. Yeah, I'm gonna get some food and sleep. I hope y'all get some food too. Oh yeah, I gotta log in to shit and do dailies. I'm not logging into Genshin until tomorrow, to be honest. I don't care. But I will do Star Rail tonight. But I will see y'all all tomorrow to talk about 3.8 and do some exploration stuff and talk about more lore, because you know we're going to go off in tangents. Because that's just what we do here. I'll make an announcement about it sometime tomorrow. But thank y'all for joining. I love you all. I'll see you tomorrow. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Oh God, I'm so sleepy. Bye. End.